Now, the big abdication scene and the big question, who succeeds to the throne? It is a secret most carefully guarded. The audience waits tensely as the royal chamberlain reveals the identity of the new king.
Tampa City Council now come to order. Evening session, January 20, 2022. Roll call.
Carlson.
Here.
Maniscalco. Dingfelder. Cedral. Vieira. Miranda.
Yes.
And Goods.
Here.
We have a physical quorum present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Shelby, if you would please.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of Tampa City Council. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Tonight's quasi-judicial and other land use-related matters at tonight's meeting is being conducted with a live in-person quorum present in City Council chambers. However, in light of continuing COVID-19 government-issued health standards or guidance in effect, members of the public shall have the ability to participate virtually through video teleconferencing, referred to by Florida statutes and rules as Communications Media Technology, or CMT. Tonight, the public and the citizens of Tampa are able to watch, listen, and view this meeting on cable TV, Spectrum Channel 640, Frontier Channel 15, and on the internet at tampa.gov/live stream, one word. Now, please note for quasi-judicial hearings, it is necessary to pre-register and have the correct device that does have video capability. Smartphones are not able to be used on this GoToMeeting platform. Now, those who want to participate remotely, as I said, had to pre-register, and the instructions for that are available on the City Council's webpage at tampa.gov/City Council, one word, City Council. Now, also that in order to participate, if you don't have a CMT device, then you may so choose to come to City Hall here at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard on the second floor and use the device, the kiosk that is available, provided by the City of Tampa with CMT. And please note that use of masks inside the building is required and social distancing is encouraged. Now, members of the public can participate by sending in comments in advance of email no later than 5 p.m. 2 business days prior to the hearing date in order for them to be included in the record reviewed by City Council. Now, just for the public, to please note that please do not email the City Council or communicate with the City Council electronically during these meetings. City Council cannot and should not read emails during tonight's meeting. So that being said, also if you are participating in the GoToMeeting hybrid version on the webinar, please note that the chat box is only for technical issues. If you're having technical issues, to use the chat box. Otherwise, please do not communicate anything relating to tonight's hearings on the chat box or through email during the hearing in progress, this meeting in progress. Written comments, petitions, letters, and other documents are accessible on the city's webpage at tampa.gov/agendas, and written comments received by email or mail have been distributed to City Council and will be included in the permanent record of the meeting. And Mr. Chairman, that being the case, I'm going to ask, first of all, that you do have a motion that would accept these rules as set forth in the notice and on the agenda.
Motion read rules. Vote by Mr. Scalco, second by Mr. Vieira. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted.
And also, before we begin, Mr. Chairman, a discussion about ex parte communications relative to tonight's hearings. If there have been any ex parte communications, whether they've been verbal or whether there's something that has come in through electronic means, perhaps a text, if they have and they have not been disclosed up until this point, please do so at this time before the hearing of that matter does begin. Have there been any ex parte communications that need to be disclosed? I see none, and so therefore, Council, I'd ask that a motion to receive and file those ex parte communications that have been received up until this point.
Motion to file.
Okay.
Mr. President Maniscalco was. Maniscalco, second by Mr. Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, let's get to a little house cleaning, go through the agenda. I know we have a couple of walk-on items, Mr. Shelby, that we're gonna get to first. So if we can just go ahead and go through the agenda, and then we'll begin for tonight's session.
As opposed, as with the walk-on item, who's going to be making that presentation?
We have, I did receive a memo, so I'm gathering the fire chief or someone from
Is there anybody,
Reference to the fire department, Citro?
who's downstairs?
Are we going to discuss it now, or are we going to, the chief will be on hand.
Okay, we also have a second walk-on with the Black History Committee, but I want to get through the agenda, Mr. Martin, to see what we have, and then we can start,
Okay,
going on.
well, there's really no motion to approve the agenda, but you're saying that it's by unanimous consent that council will add on an item?
2 items, sir.
2 items. And the first one being?
First one will go with the fire chief, and then we'll go with the Black History Committee, President, Ms. Celeste Gibbons Peoples. So we'll take up the fire chief with the request. Chief online?
Yes.
All right.
Mr. Chair, if I may, this is kind of a time-sensitive situation. The fire rescue was going to purchase 2 new emergency vehicles. At that date of purchase, they would cost us, $115,000 more than if we purchased them this month. Am I correct on that, Chief Tripp?
Good afternoon, Council. Yes, this is Chief Tripp, Fire Rescue. You are correct. Due to, of course, the economy and everything is going up, it was a time-sensitive matter to try to get this approved by February the 1st.
So, Mr. Chair, without any other comments or questions from council members, I'd like to move that we go ahead and allow staff to purchase these 2 emergency vehicles.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Citro, second by Mr. Miranda.
Mr. Chairman, I'm
You're
sorry.
recognized, sir.
I'm sorry, did Councilmember Dingfelder seek to be recognized, or did I mishear?
All right, discussion, Mr. Dingfelder, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief, for joining us this evening. So I ran this by purchasing Mr. Spearman this afternoon, but I just wanted to get it on the record in regard to the resolution speaks to single source. And I don't know if you've already spoken to that or not, but what I'm looking in the backup for the single source justification. But is this a piece of equipment that we already have others that we're trying to match, or how's this work?
Yes, sir. We currently have the same vehicle or heavy rescue vehicle that's 20 years old, and we're actually trying to replace that, as well as put the same identical vehicle on the north end. Whenever there is just let's say an extrication or a serious incident that require heavy duty equipment, we know the response time is longer because we only have 1 unit into play right here in the city, which is downtown Tampa. So this will have 2 units to replace the one that we currently have, which is identical, of course with some updated changes. And the reason I trust me, I feel you with the single source because I'm one also that like to review why we do single source and make sure we get the best product for the city and the citizens. So this company we've been with for 35 years, they've produced quality equipment. With this heavy duty rescue, like I said, it's identical to the one that we're replacing. And also this company speaks for its warranty as far as service centers and stuff locally.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it.
All right, motion on the floor by Mr. Citro, second by Mr. Miranda.
Mr. Chairman,
You're recognized, sir.
and just for purposes of compliance with Florida law, if there's anybody on the second floor who would speak to this, we could at least say that we've asked.
Is there anyone on the second floor to speak to this item? Thank you, Mr. Shelby. Anyone on the second floor to speak to this item?
Good evening. This is Eileen Rosario, Development and Coordination. There's no one here to speak on this item.
Thank you.
Anyone ready to speak on this item?
There are no registered speakers for this item.
All right. There was a motion on the floor by Mr. Citro, second by Mr. Miranda. Roll call.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson. Yes. Maniscalco. Vieira. Citro.
Yes.
Miranda. And Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and council members.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we have Ms. Celeste Gibbons Peoples from the Black History Committee, and Ms. Debbie Mercer, who's my aide and treasurer for the Black History Committee.
Yes, sir. Good evening, council. As council Chair Good said, my name is Celeste Gibbons Peoples. I'm with the City of Tampa Black History Committee. I'm the current president, and I have with me our treasurer, Debbie Mercer. We first want to thank you for allowing us to come before you this evening. We want to just extend a personal invitation to City Council members and to the public that are looking to attend to our 34th annual Black History Celebration. We're excited to be back. For the past couple of years, we haven't had an in-person celebration, so we're very happy to have one this year. The date is February the 1st at 11 a.m. at the Tampa Convention Center. Our theme that we have this year is Hidden Figures, celebrating our unsung heroes. We'll be recognizing some of our community members that go above and beyond in the community to help, those in need, or just to mentor and to motivate those in our public. And we're also honoring some of our City of Tampa employees that, even though they have the title and they work for the City of Tampa, they go outside of their title and their jobs, and they help the community, and they do a lot of things in the community. And we just want to recognize them and say thank you. So we hope everyone can come out to the celebration. We look forward to seeing you, and we're just glad to be back at Tampa Convention Center.
Thank you. Mr. Dingfelder?
All right, I'll take the gavel over, Mr. Chairman. You'd like to make a motion?
Yes, sir. Motion that the council be requested to prepare accommodation to the City of Tampa Black History Committee, Inc., to be presented at the program on February 1st, 2022.
Second.
The bottom two, or no?
We have a second motion. We get
All right,
it?
all in favor, any comments? All in favor of that motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes, unanimous.
All right, second motion, that the legal department be requested to prepare a resolution granting permission to use of a facsimile of the official seal of the City of Tampa on program materials and digital print and broadcast advertising as it relates to Black history activities hosted by the City of Tampa Black History Committee, Inc. during the month of February, which are as follows: the 34th Annual City of Tampa Black History Celebration, and also requesting permission to use a facsimile of the official seal of the City of Tampa for the program materials advertising related to the COTBHC Scholarship Award Ceremony scheduled on May of 2022 for a presentation to the City Council on January 27, 2022.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Mr. Citro. Any comments on the motion? All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. All right, item number 1.
Move to open the, we
Oh,
already
yeah,
moved
sorry,
to
no,
open.
sir, moved over.
Moved to open 501 sessions.
Mr. Citro is open. Mr. Randall, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Mr. Shelby, I see your hand, sir.
Yes, thank you. I believe Ms. Barnes is present to do a little bit of housekeeping before we begin tonight's
All
hearings.
right, Ms. Barnes.
Good evening, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. There are a few items to clean up before you tonight on the agenda. First item is item number 4, REZ 2190. The applicant is requesting a continuance to be heard at the March 10th, 2022 hearing. This is a staff-supported continuance. Council will also need to waive the required 180 days set forth in Section 27148E.
And if I can, Mr. Chairman,
recognize, sir.
just to confirm with Ms. Barnes that March 10th, 2022 has an available slot for this continuance?
Yes.
Thank you. So a motion to continue with the waiver of the 180 days to the date certain of March 10th, 2022 at 5:01 p.m.
Motion continue. All right, Mr. Maniscalco. Second. Second by Mr. Dingfelder. All in favor? Any
Oh,
opposed?
Mr. Chairman, I'm so sorry. I just want to be able to just see if there was anybody who wanted to speak to the continuance. I should ask that question.
All right, anyone here on the second floor to speak on the continuance of item number 4?
I see no one.
Anyone registered on this item for item number 4?
Yes, we have one registered speaker.
All right.
Can we ask that speaker and inform that speaker of the continuance, item number 4? Is that person available online?
Yes, they are.
Michelle's doing a little double duty tonight, gentlemen, so she's doing the computer and doing the clerk's work at the desk here.
No, you better elevate.
71. There should be 4 people here to speak on that item. Come on in. Any of you guys is the agent, the applicant? I am not. You guys stand on this side, and once they finish speaking, then
Hello?
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 Can you hear
Yes.
us?
Yes, I'm sorry. My name is Cindy Hickey. I just registered as a interested party to assure that this matter was continued so that I could be there if the agenda item was called up. So I'm in agreement with the continuance.
We need to see her face, correct, Mr. Shelby, or no?
Well, I suspect
see
if
her
we
face.
can, but either way,
You turn
there's
the
no
camera on,
objection.
Michelle, or-
There's no testimony in this regard.
All right, okay.
Yes, that's correct. No testimony.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
I think it was Mr. Maniscalco moved to continue, was that, sir? And Mr. Dingell, you seconded, correct, sir?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Roll call, please.
Roll call.
Miranda. Dingfelder.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Maniscalco. Viera. Cedro.
Yes.
And Gould.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you, counsel.
Ms. Eileen, Ms. Rosario, you had something to say?
is this for REZ 2171?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Barnes, you can continue.
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. The next item to be cleaned up on the agenda is item number 6, REZ 2194. The application was not properly noticed. Can you please remove this application from the agenda?
Motion to remove, please.
Move to strike
All
number
right,
6.
Mr. Dingfelder has moved it. Mrs. Maniscalco has seconded it. You want a roll call on this, Mr. Shelby?
No, not necessary.
All right, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion granted.
Yes, I heard you.
Madam Clerk, did you get it? All right. Ms. Barnes, you can continue.
The next item on your agenda is item number 12, REZ 25125. The application was improperly noticed. Can you please remove this application from the agenda?
Move to strike. Mr. Maniscalco,
Second.
second by Mr. Dingfelder. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion granted.
Annie Barnes Development Coordination. The next item is item number 13, TA CPA 2114. The applicant is requesting a continuance to be heard with REZ 2185. However, the rezoning application is currently not scheduled to be heard. The applicant is continuing to address issues that came up at DRC for REZ 2185. It is up to the discretion of council if they wish to continue CPA 2114 to a date certain or hear item number 13 tonight. And I will defer any specific questions regarding CPA 2114 to the Planning Commission.
Is
Mr.
the
Shelby, I see the mask coming off. Yes, sir.
Is the applicant present?
Mr. Mechanic present?
Jennifer Malone with the Planning Commission. My understanding was that Mr. Mechanic would not be present, but somebody from his team would be on the line.
All right. We have anybody on the second floor, Ms. Rosario, for this item, item number 13?
Yes, there is someone here to speak on this item.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Is the applicant,
Good afternoon.
Are you the
My name
applicant,
is-
ma'am?
wait,
My name is, oh, I left my paper. My name is Alfreda Grady, and I'm speaking in reference to the project at 2111 North Albany.
well, wait, what, I'm
Wait,
sorry.
One second, one second. One
North
second, ma'am.
Albany?
So we
North
had-
Albany runs. Yes, North Albany. It's,
We're looking for
We-
some, well, is
It's
this
i-
item number 14?
it's item number 13.
Oh, no, we're not talking about item number 13 now, or is that correct?
We are.
Are we all talking about 13? Okay. And that's Mr. Mechanic's.
Well,
So
just hold on
who's-
one second, ma'am. Do we have the applicant on the line?
Yes, we do. Ralph.
Let's talk to the applicant. We'll get right back to you, man. Let's talk to the applicant first.
There we go. My apologies, counsel.
Yes, counsel. I'm here to represent David Mechanic. We're with JVB Architect Ralph Schuler. We're also on the team.
We have him on
Dave
video
could not
at
make
all?
it tonight.
One
We're
second,
here
sir. One
to
second,
request a
sir.
continuance. Basically, we're trying to work through our PD. We have an alley vacation right-of-way issue.
Sir, one second, sir. Are you on a mobile device, sir?
No, sir. I'm at my office.
We need you to turn your camera on, sir.
Oh, okay, sorry. I thought you could see me.
All right,
I'm
there he
sorry.
is.
If you could state your name for the record,
Say your name
please.
for the record.
Yeah, it's Ralph Schuler, JV Architect, 401 North Howard Avenue. Here for item 13. Again, we're trying to, at the same evening, request the continuance so that we can have our PD heard at the same time as the comp plan amendment. We are trying to work through the comp plan, the PD currently is in, have an alley that's been vacated about 20 years ago, but we have some easement issues that we're trying to work through with Barbara Lynch in right away. And I think we've resolved those, but right at the last minute, we had our resubmittal that this came up and kind of put a wrench in our schedule.
Mr. Dinfo, you have a question, sir? You recognize?
I'm just going to help him along. Mr. Schuler or Ms. Barnes, do either of you have a date for REZ 21-85?
Council, Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. At this time, we do not, until that issue that is brought up in the ERC is addressed. Once it is addressed, we can put them on a tentative hearing date for REZ 2185.
All right, Ms. Barnes, what date do you suggest based upon Mr. Mechanic's request that we continue this item?
So it's uncertain until that item is
Well, we have to continue it to somewhere, otherwise it dies.
correct.
Or it gets
So-
renoticed, council.
Or they have to renotice, which isn't necessarily fair or whatever, but.
Jennifer Malone with the Planning Commission. I emailed Dave Mechanic and let him know that if this wasn't continued to a date certain, that there would be renotice required, and he acknowledged that and was aware of that.
All right. So we just moved to strike it off our agenda then, Mr. Shelby, based upon what Ms. Malone said?
Ms. Johnson-Velez, do you have to comment? You want to comment on that?
Oh, no, I will echo what Jennifer said. I also spoke to Mr. Mechanic yesterday, and he did acknowledge the need to renotice if this is not continued to a time and date certain this evening.
So if council doesn't
All right,
choose
I'll
to.
move to strike 13.
Got to listen to the applicant first. The second floor lady.
Mr. Schuler, do you have any objection to that based upon everything you've heard?
No, I don't believe Dave, I don't believe we understand exactly when we have a date
Yes.
yet because we're still working through the issue. That is the true statement.
My name is,
We couldn't understand you. You trailed off.
I'm sorry.
can you hear me now?
No, we're not to you yet. I mean, I'm just hold on 1 second. 1 second. We're still talking to the applicant.
Yes, and speaking to Dave, I think we are prepared to renotice for further new continuance.
All right, so my motion is to strike, and I guess we should hear from that young lady
Yes,
on the
just,
second floor.
just with regard to the continuance, to explain to her so she's aware of what will be happening. If you'd like, I may, if you'd like me to do that.
Go ahead,
Or-
Mr. Shelby.
Ma'am, there's been a request to remove this from the agenda so that when the rezoning is ready to appear, the two will be scheduled for the same night. You will get, it will be renoticed, and it will come back on the agenda, and you could check again with Land Development or with the Planning Commission with regard to the date to stay informed. But it will not be heard on tonight's agenda.
Okay.
And you will receive the posted notice, I suspect, or what kind of notice for the plan amendment?
You asking me
30
that?
days.
Ms. Malone?
Jennifer, one of the Planning Commission, our requirement is there's a 30-day deadline for a 250-foot mailed notice and a 30-day deadline for signs to be posted on the property as well. And that's in addition to a notice in the legal advertisement in the newspaper.
So you will, it'll be renoticed, and there'll also be notice for the rezoning at the same night.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right,
And-
thank
and
you,
Mr.
ma'am, for coming down. Thank
And
you.
Mr. Chairman, just a reminder that there is the council does allow a rezoning to be heard the same night as a plan amendment, but we remember them that they are heard separately, and because they have different criteria and different code applications and different burdens. But I just wanted to make that clear for council as well. Thank you.
All right, so there's a move to, Mr. Dingfelder has made a motion on the floor, second by Mr. Miranda. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion granted. Anything else, Ms. Barnes?
No, not at this time.
All right, we'll open up for item number 1.
Council, before we begin, can we please swear in staff?
All right, Madam Clerk?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Yes. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Barnes?
Thank you, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 1 is REZ 2171. The subject property is located at 2110 West Columbus Drive, 2511 North Ola Avenue, and 2513 North Ola Avenue. The request is to rezone the property from RM24 and PD to PD. I'll turn over the presentation to the Planning Commission, and after their presentation, I'll conclude mine.
Thank you, Annie. Jennifer Malone with the Planning Commission. I'm ready to share my screen. Okay, so as Annie prefaced, this is RUZ 2171. It's in the Central Tampa Planning District in the Tampa Heights Urban Village. It is also located within the Tampa Heights neighborhood. So it's here at the corner of West Columbus Drive and North Ola Avenue. In the surrounding area, we have the Villa Madonna School and the Boys and Girls Club to the north. There's also some single family detached to the south of the site. The subject site future land use is community mixed use 35. That's the pink color on the map. The darker brown to the south is residential 35. To the north of the subject site is residential 20, and the lighter brown and then the blue is recognizing those public, semi-public uses such as the Boys and Girls Club and that school. The Planning Commission found this consistent with the comprehensive plan. Community mixed use 35 future land use category calls for this type of development pattern. It allows for a mixture of uses, but it does not require a mixture of uses. So the attached residential is definitely in line with that future land use category, and the requested density of 27.65 units per acre is below the density anticipated in this future land use designation. I'll just once again reiterate that the request supports many of the policies, including new housing on vacant and underutilized land, which the comprehensive plan is very supportive of. The units are oriented in such a way that it meets the design component policies of the comprehensive plan, and the Tampa Heights Urban Village, our comprehensive plan promotes urban villages to have the greatest share of growth. So all of that to say, this is consistent with the plan, comparable and compatible with the surrounding area. That concludes my presentation, and I will be available for questions. Thanks.
Any question for Ms. Malone? All right, Ms. Barnes?
Thank you, Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. I'm going to share my screen. Great. Again, the applicant is proposing to rezone 210 West Columbus Drive, 2511 North Ola Avenue, and 2513 North Ola Avenue from RM24 to PD, planned development, to allow development of residential single-family attached uses. The applicant is requesting 2 waivers as shown on your screen here. There's a correction to waiver number 3. It is no longer needed. Therefore, staff finds the overall request consistent. Shown here is an aerial map in the surrounding zoning. The site is surrounded with residential uses to the south, west, and east. There is residential and commercial use to the north. The subject site contains a lot area of 20,500 square feet, or approximately 0.47 acres. Shown here is an aerial map in the surrounding, shown here is part of the site plan. The proposed project is for townhouse style residential buildings with a total of 13 dwelling units, each unit containing a 2-car garage. Proposed setbacks are as follows: north 11.5 feet, south 11.5 feet, east 10 feet, and west 6 feet. Proposed maximum building height is 38 feet. A total of 9 parking spaces are required and 29 are being provided. Vehicular access is provided on North Ola Avenue and a one-way exit to the alley to the south, which will be improved to technical standards. Shown here are elevations provided by the applicant. This is the subject site, as well as property north of the subject site. Shown here is property northwest of the site, as well as south of the subject site. Shown here is property northeast of the site and west of the site. Development review and compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the overall request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Modifications were made to eliminate the need for the transportation waiver, the third waiver that was struck out on the second screen. Modifications to the site plan must be completed by the applicant in between first and second reading of the ordinance as stated on the revision sheet if approving the application. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions you might have.
Any questions for Ms. Barnes? Ms. Dingfelder, you recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Barnes. Do you have a natural resource staff on the line tonight to speak to any tree removals or condition?
Yes, Aaron Mayer is available on the line as well.
Hey, good evening, Council. Erin Mayer, Development Coordination.
Good evening, Ms. Mayer. Have you been sworn?
Yes, this had gone to Council, I think, just maybe a month.
Did you get you sworn in, please?
So.
Ms. Mayer, when you get you sworn in?
Oh, I was sworn in.
You were sworn in? Okay, all right.
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
They are removing approximately 16 trees on site. 4 of these trees have been deemed dangerous and rated a D9 or worse. The majority of the trees are laurel oaks on site, and they have extensive cavities. They haven't been maintained over the years. There is one live oak, a grand live oak on site, which was rated a C9, and that tree has a large scaffold limb that was either removed or pruned, and there is a cavity into the main trunk where that branch attaches to the tree. And the canopy spread is 75 by 75. So it would have taken some significant cuts to maintain that tree during construction.
Can you, I'm holding the site plan, can you identify which location we're talking about for the live oak?
Yes, the live oak is.
I see the numbers. You got number 114, number 115.
Let's see, it's the 48-inch tree on right outside unit 5.
So it's up toward the street.
Yeah. And there's high voltage power lines along Columbus Drive. And a lot of the trees there, like most of the trees are campers along that road there. And they have had, some questionable pruning due to the wires above. And so there are a lot of campers and a lot of laurel oaks on this site.
Okay, but the campers don't concern me as much, but in regard to the live oak, it's your testimony that we've got wire problems and the fact that it extends quite a bit of distance, toward the south? And that's why
yes.
you're okay with it?
Yeah, the canopy spread is quite large, and it would have taken some extensive pruning to have preserved that tree, not to mention the underground root impacts as well. And the amount of, construction that would be taking place on the site, it takes a significant portion of that site up with this tree.
And they're going to do tree replacement on-site, off-site, what?
Yes, they are. They have agreed to plant larger caliper trees to meet mitigation requirements. So they are planting 4-inch and 6-inch caliper trees even.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Any other questions? All right, we'll move to the applicant. Applicant from item number 1. Are they on the second floor or are they logged on? All right, we get them up on the screen and get some video going.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
All right, you state your name, you can begin.
Can you share a screen or not yet?
We can hear you and we can see you.
Can you share a screen? Oh, no. Excuse me, council, are you guys able to see our screen?
Not yet.
Can we get the sharing privileges? Ah, there we go. Are we able to see it now?
It's loading up. Oh, we can see it.
No, wait. You can see the screen now?
We can see it.
Awesome. Good evening, council. Thank you for your time today. My name is Martine Ashkenazi, and I am here with my husband, Stephen Ashkenazi, and we're the applicants for REC 2171. As Annie pointed out, it is located at 210 West Columbus, 2511 and 2513 North Ola. They have 3 congruous lots that we're going to talk about tonight. As they previously went over, the specific location is just south on Columbus Drive at the corner of Columbus and North Ola on the southeast corner. It is just under half an acre, so it's 0.7 acre lot. The property has frontage along Columbus and Ola, and it also sits right next to a very wide 18-foot unimproved alley. Most specifically, the site is not located in the Tampa Heights Historic District and is also not located in an overlay district. We are here to request a planned development. This future land use for this property is CMU 35, which encourages a lot of different things, but we're super excited about it. So general commercial, professional office, and multifamily development. Based on the size of our lot, the subject site under CMU 35 would allow for up to 16 units. Our plans that we're going to present before you tonight has 13 units on it, and we're excited to showcase a plan that we believe enhances the pedestrian access and has great vehicular circulation on it. In terms of the existing land use pattern of the immediate area, as we previously went over, immediately to the east is the Tampa Crossroads Health Facility. To the north, there's some multifamily development, as well as auto body shops. Further to the east, commercial land and restaurants. To the immediate south, sharing the alley, is single family attached houses, a single family with a detached apartment, an apartment building, and then further to the south, just south of Amelia, a lot more multifamily houses. And then in the vicinity, there's the Villa Bernarda School, the Boys and Girls Club. It's also pretty centrally located and close to Highland Park, Robus Park, and Waterworks Park. Our proposal is to build 13 townhomes on this lot, oriented with 6 townhomes oriented towards Columbus Drive, 2 of the townhomes oriented towards Ola, and then 5 of the townhomes oriented towards the south. Our goal is to make use of the frontage on Columbus Ola and that lovely wide alley that we hope to improve through this project. And then overall, this PD will go into, and as Annie pointed out, there are 2 waivers per PD, which we will also detail out. As mentioned before, we were previously before you on October 28th, where we were very appreciative of the continuance that you granted. And you will see that the specific change that was made was that we dropped the unit and we added that additional egress from the site via the alley, which we know was really important to council in terms of safety. And so we are excited to be back with this change that you see on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen here. In terms of going a little bit deeper into the continuance and the changes that we've made since that meeting, when we were here on October 28th, we were requesting a waiver from the Transportation Department. We did not have enough of a backup radius for the visitor parking space. We have eliminated a unit, added in that additional point of egress via the alley, and we have maintained all of our green space requirements. So we just strike the need for this waiver from the Transportation Department. So we're very excited about that. Additionally, the Tampa Heights Civic Association Vice President came and gave their conditional approval at the meeting. Their feedback specifically included positive feedback on the porches that we had added, architectural elements, but there was a very specific ask to add additional alley access to disperse the traffic flow. We maintained all of the things that positive feedback was provided for on the building materials, the opaque balconies that we had. But we did revise the site plan to allow and add that additional alley access to disperse the traffic flow so that it's all not happening on Ola Ave. There will now be 2 points of egress from the property, both for safety and then also just disperses the cars. In terms of our proposal, this is what the elevation would look like. We're super excited to tap in and be part of the Tampa Heights community. My husband and I live in this community. We've drawn inspiration from a lot of the building materials that are used in the area. So you'll see bricks on the first floor, hardy siding on the upper 2 floors. A couple other things that I'd like to point out here are all the front porches on each of the units to really encourage that neighborly interaction. This property will see us add 250 feet of sidewalks to the neighborhood, or basically on 2 of the bordering lines of the property, which we're really excited for pedestrian and cycling safety. And then you will also notice those are opaque balconies, which was something that was requested by the neighbors directly to the south to help improve their privacy, but also the privacy of the people in the eventual inhabitants of these units, hopefully. And those are also planter boxes, so to add additional privacy and greenery to the project. As pointed out, the Planning Commission did deem this project consistent. We are, with the future land use of CMU 35, we are coming in with less than the allowable units. It does address the mixed-use corridor policies. We are placing high density close to arterial roads and providing entrances along the public streets. We are very happy with this single drive outlet on the property to really make sure that cars are coming in and out only in one part and encourage pedestrian connectivity, but then also safety by having 2 points of egress from the property. So if you can imagine, God forbid, if there's a fire or ambulance needs to show up to the property, all of the other residents in the development would be able to have a point of egress on the other side. So we're excited about that. And we do believe that this helps further the city of Tampa's demand for housing supply on vacant and underutilized land. Additionally, we are very grateful for the planning department for all of their hard work to re-review this plan pretty quickly. We know it's a short time turnaround, but it was consistent across all departments. So we no longer need that waiver from the transportation department. We see that this is a pretty balanced project, and we feel that it's a balanced project. We're excited about the courtyard space that each of the units would have, particularly because this is so close to Columbus Ave, and then we would be improving that alley. Each of this private green outdoor space would allow kids to play without any coming close to those major right-of-ways, and so it would allow families the private space to play in the front of their houses, but also encouraging that neighborly interaction. For a project this size, we are not requesting any green space waivers. We are meeting all of our green space requirements, and we have an aggressive tree planting schedule that we've worked with Natural Resources to have as part of this project. The only shared property line is with Tampa Crossroads to the east, and that's we're proposing a 10-foot setback there. And then if you look at where I have highlighted the gray, this is all of the sidewalks that we will be adding. I remember Councilman Citro in our last meeting, you really did like the sidewalks and the addition of all of this pedestrian connectivity that was as part of this project. And so we made sure to keep that in as part of the site plan and the revision here. Want to adjust the waivers that we would be requesting. The first waiver that we would be asking for is for the 5 of the south of the units to have their entrances not face the street right away, but they would actually face the alley. There's a couple of reasons for this. Number one, that's going to enable us to install all of that additional sidewalk. If those were garages, that would all become just plain garages where people would back in and out, and it would no longer be a safe pedestrian road, particularly because it's right by Columbus. If you can imagine, people will now have this improved alley where they can walk between Ola and Highland a lot more safely. It is an extra wide alley. Most of the alleys in the area are only 10 feet. This is an 18-foot alley, and so we want to tap into that very exciting feature of this lot. We have spoken with neighbors directly to the south of this property, and their strong preference was that we did not orient the garages right next to theirs, that we made use of the single drive aisle, kept all of the garage traffic in and out of development within that single drive aisle, and then have that additional point of egress that was requested by the Tampa Heights Civic Association for safety. And so we think this blends both the Civic Association's request, but also the neighbors that are immediately going to be impacted by this project. With keeping all that green space and all the green space for the kids to play, we will also have more room for additional trees, which is a great thing. And then there's also precedent for this. There's a similar development pattern nearby. This waiver has been granted to 5 other developments in Tampa Heights recently, and 3 projects are within 2 blocks of our site, which I'll go into next. Specifically here, you'll see 108 West Amelia Ave, which is about 2 blocks away, 1 subject miles away. You will see also 210 West Amelia, which is here on the upper right of my screen, also has the same orientation with units facing the alley. And 208 West Francis, also 1.1 miles away from the subject property, and that was improved in the second half of last year. So this is very similar with the development pattern that is happening in the neighborhood and previous waivers that have been granted for projects. Additionally, we drew a lot of inspiration from a similar layout of a project in Tampa Heights that was approved as well last year. You will see most of the construction happens in 2 major buildings. The corner units do face that additional corner, the additional road to the west. This project, a couple things to point out that are different. They have 1 single drive aisle. Our property has a single drive aisle plus that additional point of egress into the alley for safety. This project required green space waivers. Our project does not require green space waivers. And then the second waiver that we would be requesting as part of plan development would be to reduce the rear yard distance between the buildings from 25.5 feet to 19 feet, ultimately just impacting ourselves. Our goal in doing this was to maintain all of the green space requirements. We still meet all transportation requirements for various turning radius for each of the garages, and the cars will be able to get in and out of each of their dwelling units safely, but this just allows us to have a lot more green space, allows us to have a much more aggressive tree planting schedule, and ultimately create that additional green space, those additional amenities for the neighborhood. All of those porches are possible by bringing the buildings closer together. So we think that it's a good thing to sacrifice for ourselves in the betterment of all of this green space for the community. And then overall, I was just skimming through here. I know I'm short on time, and I ran over last time. But in conclusion, do want to reiterate the staff found this application consistent with the Land Development Code. We believe that this furthers the goals of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan, its objectives, policies. It's bringing density down to the density housing to the Tampa core. We have character of the architecture within Tampa Heights with the brick and the siding. And we hope that these minor waivers, you can see that they really are meant to really both make this a really great property for the neighborhood, increase the amount of green space that we have, not need the waiver, and then also minimally impact the neighbors directly to the south. And that's the end of my presentation. Are there any questions that I can answer for you tonight?
Is there any question for the applicant? Citro, you recognize.
Thank you very, very much. There, in your site plan, you have a 2-way street in between the buildings with a 1-way exit leading on to a 2-way alley. At some point, somebody is going to try and come in through that exit. Is there any way that you're going to try and stop that from happening?
Our goal, we definitely will be in, like when we have the borders and stuff, our goal would be to for sure install one of the mirrors that allow you to see around corners that are consistent in parking garages, etc. But right now, in order to meet the green space requirements, like it won't be wide enough for 2 cars. And so by installing one of those mirrors, we hope that people will be able to see if there's oncoming traffic, but still also have that additional point of egress.
And furthermore, we'll be adding a do not enter 1-way access sign that will be very clearly marking that that is a point that they're not supposed to be entering the property from.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Anything else for the applicant? Any questions? All right, is there anyone on the second floor to speak on this item?
Good evening, council member. This is Eileen Rosario, Development and Coordination. I have 5 people here who would like to speak on this item, and they've all been sworn in.
All right.
Gentlemen?
Good evening, council members. My name is Brian Seal, 313 West Park Avenue, and I am the Tampa Heights Civic Association president. In 3 minutes, it's very difficult to summarize the saga of this project, as well as this applicant's ongoing relationship with the Civic Association and surrounding neighbors, but I will do my best. They cite that at the previous hearing, where a continuance was granted for the second time, that the board had given...
Mr. Seal, I'm sorry,
Yes.
we need to be sworn in, I'm sorry. You were sworn in? Okay.
I was sworn in. Oh, I
I'm sorry.
apologize. I did not state that.
I apologize.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Roberts did say everyone was sworn in. I'm sorry. You can continue, sir.
Yes, sir, I was sworn. The Civic Association did write a conditional letter of support with several caveats to that at the last time that frankly was a significant compromise upon what the neighborhood had desired to ask for. This applicant is very active in projects throughout the neighborhood, at least 24, and we felt threatened that because he is a savvy applicant, or they are savvy applicants, they know how to work around the very loose zoning laws that are in place for Tampa's original neighborhood. And so we felt we had to make significant compromises at that time in order to write that letter. However, that night, council told them to get the neighborhood on board. That has not happened since that time, and we are here in opposition. Our board has voted to oppose this project. Now, again, there's a lot of saga to this. We have tried to create compromise. I hosted them for wine in my own backyard, trying to hammer all of this out, but frankly, it has not happened. There are alternative site plans that have been dangled out in front of us that the neighborhood favors. However, as soon as they're dangled out, they are retracted and told that they are unwilling to make that happen. So there's a lot to unpack here. I'd be glad to take any questions. However, I understand there's a time limit, so thank you for your time.
Well, thank you, sir. And Mr. Shelby wants to provide you and anybody who's speaking tonight a little information about competent substantial evidence, because frankly what you told us just now spoke to negotiations that might have fallen apart and that sort of thing, but really competent substantial evidence, Ms. Shelby, you can correct me, I'll just take the lead, is exactly that. It's specifics. So
Yes.
if you don't like this site plan and you can give us competent reasons as related to that, then that's something that council could consider. Doesn't mean we're going to or anything else, but the competent substantial evidence is the only thing we consider. It's not a popularity contest. Do we like the neighborhood? Do we not like the applicant or his representative or what have you?
100%.
With that, since I've got the gavel, I'll give you one more minute, sir, since you're the neighborhood president and put in a lot of time to speak to that, and we'll give the petitioner plenty of time in rebuttal.
Sure. Thank you, Councilman.
Mr.
We
Shelby,
have written...
You want to add to that?
No,
Okay,
thank
go
you.
ahead, sir.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Councilman. We have written numerous letters to City Council about this that have gone over the specifics, but in summary, we have had serious concerns about pedestrian and vehicular safety, as well as the city and FDOT's planned bike boulevard on Ola with the amount of traffic that's being concentrated there. We do not believe it is in keeping with the comprehensive plan as it reads about Tampa Heights historic development pattern in the urban village. We do not believe that the land development code is in concert with that comprehensive plan at this current time. We're working on a code amendment to repair that our neighborhood has had to take the lead on, that I've spoken to several of you about. Similarly, we object to the waiver for alley-facing units. We do not find that consistent. Some examples were given that the neighborhood had objected to design decisions that were granted anyway. That is not consistent with the development pattern of Tampa Heights. You'll find other similar developments, such as a rezone that took place on 404 East Oak Avenue that the neighborhood supported wholeheartedly, which was a similar layout that had that oriented it towards the alleys that the council supported this year. Thank you,
sir.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Justin Rickey. I'm a resident at 103 East 26th Avenue in Tampa, Florida. I have been sworn in.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Just a few things about this. I spoke last time on this. As Brian mentioned, our approval was conditional based on the developer's collaborative nature. That has not happened yet. We get a lot of obfuscation, lack of transparency. It's a consistent pattern. And it's because of that that we don't feel comfortable giving this project approval. Furthermore, yes, the city did mention that this does provide very much needed housing units. None of it is affordable. It's not affordable to most of the working people in Tampa Bay. Because of that, I would like to request that if they're going to get a density waiver, at least one or both of the units be made affordable. And that's, I guess, a request that I would like to make as a member of the Civic Association. Beyond that, basically, that's pretty much it, other than the stuff that Brian said, which is we have some concerns about Ola Avenue, traffic onto Ola Avenue, and the rear-facing alleys. We don't think it's a good precedent to set. Most alleys in the area aren't big enough to really accommodate this kind of development. It's just not. We would like to see some tweaking and a little bit more of an actual collaboration with the neighborhood on this project as well as many others that he has in the neighborhood. If we start to see this activity and the actions be really representative of him wanting to work with us, I don't think there will be any issues. He has, I believe, a rezoning later tonight. We don't have any reason to object to that. I think it's an upzone. We don't have any problem with that. But we do have a problem with when design decisions are going to adversely impact our neighborhood, because he might live here now. I've been living here for 13 years. And to be honest with you, with council, I don't really feel like I'm going to be going anywhere anytime soon. I love Tampa Heights, and that's why I'm here tonight. I'm asking you to promote responsible development, promote affordable housing, take care of the people that live in our neighborhood, and take care of us. I appreciate your time. You have a wonderful evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening to the Honorable Chairman Goots and the remaining Honorable City Councilman. My name is Ray Campbell. I've been a resident of Tampa Heights since 1992. I live at 2210 North Highland Avenue. I'm here to oppose the rezoning application of this project. Again, I've been here since 1992, and one of the reasons why I moved to Tampa Heights was for the charm. I've always wanted to live in an urban setting, and I moved here for the ambience. And to me, the charm and the ambience of the neighborhood is being changed overnight with a lot of these new developments. Again, I'm here to oppose the rezoning of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Can you see me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Doug Phillips. I live at 312 West Francis Avenue.
Doug, can you speak up a little bit?
Sure.
Thank you.
Doug Phillips. I live at 312 West Francis Avenue. I've lived in the neighborhood since 1999. I'm here to oppose this development, this planned development zoning. I would be happy if you would just keep the existing zoning. We have zoning people that work for the city. They know what they're doing, and they've come up with good ideas. And I'm afraid we're going to be setting a bad precedent for everything being PD because they can't get what they want and can't make enough money on projects. So specifically, aside from the zoning, I oppose it because I don't like the idea of them trying to squeeze so many units into this property. The concept of rear facing into an alley is laughable. I mean, we used to have garbage pickup in the alley. People don't want to live in the alley. Anyway, also the waiver for the distance between buildings, changing it to 19 feet. I just Googled how long an SUV is. Average is between 14 and a half and 16 feet. That doesn't give you a whole lot of space. So pretty much, it would be just really nice if we could keep the charm of the neighborhood and use the existing zoning that we have, which will allow for several units, and they can get plenty of green space. I know she started talking about green space, trying to tell you buzzwords. If she wants green space, put less units in. If she wants a safer walking and riding environment for the residents and us residents who've lived here over 20 years, maybe she should consider less units. I think it'll be better for everybody. The last thing I'll say is, I want to know if this project is good for Tampa. I don't know if anybody has ever asked that to these people. Is it good for Tampa or just them and their pocketbooks? I think I just heard the bell, so I'm probably out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening.
State your name, sir. You can begin speaking.
Yes, this is Mike Scott at 311 West Park Avenue. So thank you for the time tonight and allowing me to speak and hearing this.
You've been sworn, sir?
Yes.
Yes, I've been sworn in. So just a couple of points I wanted to make on this matter. I moved to Tampa Heights, moved in 2 years ago, purchased property in there about 5 years ago. And when I decided to live in Tampa Heights, I was really drawn in by the character of the neighborhood, but also the character of the community. And the community, beyond just the neighborhood, is the people who live there and how they interact with each other. Tampa Heights has great character and great people. It's very walkable. The homes there are oriented and open to the street, which encourages interaction amongst neighbors and makes for a great neighborhood. When I decided to live in the neighborhood, there's zoning in place that the city has established, and a lot of experts have determined that existing zoning. And so for my property, that zoning was guidance for me as to how to develop on that property to be consistent with the neighborhood. But also the zoning in the neighborhood is guidance for people living there as to what the rest of the neighborhood will continue to develop as. And so I think the existing zoning is very important to guiding development. This property is currently zoned, or under current zoning, would support 11 units, which is good density. Density is good, but density is good when it fits the character of the neighborhood. And the city has established zoning in different areas of the city that fits that appropriate character. So I oppose the resolution tonight, and I do not think that this needs or deserves to be upzoned to higher density than what is already allowed. Additionally, specifically, as Brian mentioned and has been outlined in the letters that the Civic Association has written to the council previously, there's significant concerns with the layout of this property and the fact that its primary ingress and egress for vehicles is off of Ola Avenue, and it turns its back off of Ola Avenue, which is a primary pedestrian walkway in the community and is planned to become a primary bicycle pathway through both Tampa Heights and Seminole Heights connecting into downtown. So I think there's significant safety concerns with nearly all of the drive access being channeled onto Ola Avenue so close to Columbus Avenue, and instead putting units facing the alley where the alley is made for that type of access. It's been planned for that type of access. And so the vehicular access should be directed onto the alley and not through a new access point on Ola, allowing units to face Ola, to integrate with the community, build the character of that community, allow for the interaction of the residents with people who are walking and biking down Ola. One of the site plans that was dangled by the developers to the Civic Association, but then never to be seen again, that Brian mentioned, did lay out the units in that way. And so it's unclear to me why that was proposed or put forward to the Civic Association to try to gain support, but then ultimately has not been implemented, when that would address one of the most significant concerns about this property. So with that, I do not support this resolution.
Thank you, sir. Any more speakers on this item?
That was our last speaker for this item, sir.
Thank you. Anybody ready to speak on this item?
Yes, we have 3 registered speakers.
All right, let's hear them.
So am I able to speak?
Any cameras on?
Can you see me, council?
Yes, sir, we can see you. How many speakers do you have? 3?
Okay, can you hear me as well, sir? I've not been sworn in, sir.
All right, we're gonna swear you in 1 second. We wanna get the other 2 up. Can you call their names so you can turn their cameras up, please?
Camila and Jason. If you can please turn your camera on.
All right, we have Camila, waiting on Jason. All right, let's swear them all in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, we'll hear from Roderick first. Mr. King?
Hi, good evening. I live at 2504 North Highlands, which is directly behind and shares the alley space of the proposed development. I do want to provide support, as I do know the developer firsthand. He built my home. He's very active in the area and has certainly impacted the community and created a lot of change, even with me living here over the last year. I'm actually excited to see the improvements, especially with that alleyway being such a dangerous alley. There are junkies, there's alcoholics, it's dark. It's not an area where I would want to walk, and I do have a dog, and I take an indirect route to avoid that alley. The proposed inclusion of the sidewalk and privacy trees and walkability is something that I would prefer over 2-car garages. Also, I would like to raise the issue of the Neighborhoods Association and the Save Tampa Heights movement. I do understand their concerns, but I do want to say that they created a website. They took a picture of my home while I was standing in the home. You can physically see me, and they had negative comments, just making it very divisive, especially when I walk my pet and I walk in this neighborhood. And I'm a military war veteran, sir. I have paid my taxes. I'm a good citizen. I'm a young business professional. And that is all that you see coming into this community. And they're great people. And to see that divisiveness, it makes me feel unwelcome. And I haven't done anything wrong. And I don't even know the people that posted this site. And to see the credibility of Steve and his wife be slandered over opinions because of change, which I understand. And I understand the people that have lived here for a significant time. But to see these alleys be cleared, to see these new homes and the junkies and the homeless people kind of just not being present, that makes me feel safer here. And so, I am totally in favor of this. These are good people that are impacting this community in a positive way. And I would love to see this project be completed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll go to Camilla.
Hello.
Hello.
So I am actually, I don't live there yet, but I am a property owner there. And I'm planning on building a house there. And And I see a few benefits of this development, like the addition of the new sidewalk, because there currently is no sidewalk where they plan on putting one in. A paved alley, encouraging, well, also the area's comprehensive plan also encourages the multifamily development along those corridors like Columbus, which this development provides. The 13 units, you know, they appear to be designed to what, you know, fits into the neighborhood. And I think it'll provide more safety for the neighborhood and make people feel safer, kind of like what Roderick said. And, you know, as a property owner there, I have literally been victimized by the Tampa Heights Civic Association because of my personal tastes and architectural designs don't mimic what they want me to have. They've literally like harassed me on various social media platforms. I went to bed crying. I truly love that neighborhood. I used to live at the Pearl, and that's literally when I fell in love with the neighborhood. And I love the walkability. I love the people that live there, but being victimized by some of the people from the Tampa Heights Civic Association really does not make me feel welcomed. I've actually had one of them tell me that I'm not welcome in the neighborhood. They don't want me there. They
Can
don't
I,
want me as a
can
neighbor.
I interrupt one
So-
second?
One second.
Just as a point of order. Ma'am, we all sympathize with anybody who feels victimized, and I don't want to diminish that, but you only have 3 minutes. And as I
Okay.
stated earlier in the hearing, we're just supposed, let me finish. We're just supposed to focus on the competent, substantial evidence as related to this project. And, you know,
I think
we don't want to hear and we don't need to hear, and you're wasting your time in terms of talking about these other issues. And that goes to everybody.
Okay, yeah, I understand. I just think this development will allow for new people to come into the neighborhood and allow them to love the neighborhood as much as I do.
Well, thank you so much, and I'm sorry if I sounded rude.
Oh, no, you're okay. I understand.
Okay.
Good job.
Were you done? I didn't mean to cut you off.
I'm done.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you, Ms. Camilla. Jason?
How about now? Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, sir.
Okay. All right. Great. Hi, my name is Jason Burgess, 3402 North Jefferson Street. I'm speaking today. I just want to voice my support behind the development at 210 Columbus. I've been watching it for quite a while now. Been following it the last several months, and I think that the changes that they've incorporated, including the porches, the courtyards, the private green space, and in addition to the new trees as well, I think it really provides for really an aesthetically pleasing project. And one that fits well within the existing landscape of the area. The area already has a different mix of different styles and designs. So seeing a project like this where they're staying beneath the density allowance, maximizing the green space, I think it's, and looking at the plans, I think it's a really thoughtful design, and I think it's beneficial to future residents as well as the surrounding community. I think with what has been done already has already been greatly beneficial for the community. In regards to the alley, I'd also like to say that I'm really excited to actually see the improvement. Most of these alleys, a lot of the time, end up being underutilized and overgrown with brush and trees, and basically are never used anyway. So Tampa Heights, Tampa, as everybody knows, has seen a large influx of new residents and people coming into the area. So in my opinion, the location for a townhome project like this really seems quite appropriate. And I think, I think the developer has been mindful to the design and architectural styles of the area. And, you know, I just want to say I think it's definitely great for Tampa.
Anything else, sir?
No, that's it. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else, Madam Clerk?
No more registered speakers for
All
this
right, we'll
item.
go back to the applicant for rebuttal.
Thank you, counselors, and I appreciate you guys during this long presentation. So as you mentioned, definitely want to focus on the facts and the facts of this case. So in terms of our rebuttal, first off, I do think that this is a moving target. The THCA gave us their conditional approval. We made the changes in the plan that were requested in the 1028 meeting.
I can't understand a word she's saying. CTTV, can we put the volume up? I can't hear a word she's saying.
Maybe lean in closer,
Yeah.
Ms. Eskenazi, and also just
Can
slow
you hear
down.
us
Just
now?
slow down. Just slow down a little bit for this old fellow right here. Okay.
Are you able to hear me? I'm so sorry.
It's a little bit better, but go ahead and continue, ma'am.
Okay, awesome. Apologies for that. So definitely want to focus on the facts. So the first part is it seems like this is now a moving target with the neighborhood association. They came on 1028. They gave us their conditional approval with the reinstating of the alley access. We did that. We eliminated the unit. And so tonight it's just another moving target. And so we really want to look at the facts of the case tonight. And so the first is there's been a lot of talk about zoning the current density, future density. We're looking to tap into the comprehensive plan, which is the future land use for Tampa. Tampa seeing a surge of people moving here, a surge of development, and we want to help be a part of that. And so we would like to tap into that CMU 35 density. We will be under the allowable density on that lot, which is 13 units versus the 16 units under CMU 35. And so we do find it, we are excited to do that. We will be keeping density low while tapping into what all of the researchers, all of the people hard at work in the city have really determined if that should be the future land use for that land. Secondly, is that we are excited that all of the staff departments found this lot, found the way that we wanted to orient these structures and the various requirements. They found it consistent across all departments. So, and then also the planning department found this project consistent in keeping with the development pattern of the area. We worked with the various city departments, we worked with the adjacent neighbors, attempted to work with the neighborhood association. We sent them the revised site plan on November 4th, followed up again on November 15th, had to get it over to planning and development on December 2nd as agreed upon. The first time we heard about their opposition was January 17th on Monday. And so very unfortunate that there's this divisiveness in such an amazing neighborhood. Very unfortunate that you guys are having here tonight, but really want to get back to, we think that this is a plan that is consistent with the comprehensive plan. It's consistent across all departments. It brings urban density to these corridors, and we're excited to bring it with all of the not needing any changes from the departments, hopefully, and bring this forward for the city of Tampa. And that's it. Would love to hear your comments now. I think we've all done enough talking.
All right, anything from council members?
I've got a question or two.
You're recognized, sir.
Okay. So you heard all the folks for and against, but specifically a couple of people said, you know, why don't you face those back units seem to be the biggest issue. Why don't you face some of those back units toward OLA? It appears to me that if you did, I don't know, I guess it would cut down the number of units. You wouldn't be able to access, I don't know. They said you had an earlier site plan that did that. I don't know how many units that earlier site plan showed for this. It might not be totally relevant, but it was, since some of the people brought it up and said there was an alternative to the waiver that you're seeking, I guess perhaps that makes it relevant. So if you want to discuss that issue.
Yes, John.
Let me ask one other thing, Mr. Eskenazi. On the RM24, if you just left it at RM24, which you currently have right now, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you just left it like that, did you have a configuration or a drawing? And why wouldn't you just leave it at RM24 and move forward with construction using the RM24?
Is there a third question? I don't want to interrupt.
No, I think that's all I got right now.
Okay, so in regards to your first question, you know, there was a lot of collaboration as Brian, and we did apologize because I think we were dropped, so we didn't hear his entire his speech. But in either case, there has been collaboration for about 6 months now between the neighbors, the neighborhood association on this. So there's a lot of different moving pieces. You know, we have to balance any of the projects between what the neighbors want, what the neighborhood associations are looking for, and what the city and the overall comp plan is encouraging. So yes, there was a plan that had more units along Ola, but when we talked to some of the immediate surrounding neighbors, those neighbors were very opposed to this because all that traffic flow would have been coming right to their rear yard, and they were worried about their own safety and the amount of traffic flow that would have been just pumped out right in front of them. So we were trying to balance a lot of the sides as it related to the project. You know, we thought that, again, based on the last meeting, that we did have that conditional approval. In either case, you know, we were playing with a lot of things as we would. We aren't trying to go with one plan, but the plan that we've had that's been consistently presented for the last 4 or 5 months, you know, we've been continually making refinements to it. But we, you know, with today having absolute consistencies across the board, you know, we couldn't have said the same thing about any other project.
Okay, and how about my second question, which was the RM24 is your zoning. If you use that, you wouldn't be here tonight.
Well, the waivers we're asking for, again, will provide the setbacks and the separation because, again, the comp plan does suggest that these should be built closer to the street, and this will allow for us to create that additional green space. So you are correct that under an RM24 that would allow for less density, but we believe that, you know, we're finding that balance. We're not going to the maximum density that would be allowable under the CMU 35. We're 2 additional units, so there's still 3 below the maximum that would be allowable by CMU 35. But we're still providing a very balanced project by meeting the green space, meeting 100% of the parking requirements, and it's again in an area where, you know, density is very much encouraged. And which is why on the arterial part of the street, you know, there was some push. I think during the last meeting, they almost wanted us to have additional density to maximize it as much as possible, given the huge need in the city for additional housing units. So, you know, I hope that answers the question. I mean, we did play with a lot of different options. The initial plan we had 15 units in it. So, you know, we've since made a lot of changes and compromises, and now we're at the 13 that we're presenting here tonight.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else? Someone else downstairs? Mr. Shelby, we're already back to the rebuttal side now. I don't think we can go back, can we? We've already.
Ms. Rosario? Did you say there's somebody, did they come in now during the hearing to sign?
Yes. They just got here, and they wanted to speak on this item.
Mr. Chairman, I would recommend that you do listen to him. He did come in, and then we give the opportunity for rebuttal as much.
Now I can't hear you, Mr. Shelby.
I'm sorry. It would be my opinion that allow the gentleman to speak. The hearing is still open. You haven't closed the public hearing. Hear him, and then we give the opportunity to the applicant to respond.
All right, has he been sworn in, Mr. Rosario?
Yes, he has.
Bring him forth.
Thank you.
Is he the last speaker, Ms. Rosario?
Yes, he will be.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mohammed Azam al-Sheikh. I live on 2302 North Highland Avenue. I do have a rezoning on my property as well. I did work with I had to continue my hearing from a hearing, I think it was in August or September, and because of the neighborhood association worked with me, helped me remove their objections, and they...
Sir, I'm sorry. You're here to speak on number 1, and
I'm just here to speak on behalf of the neighborhood association. They did help me out. I did work with them. They met with me. They even came to my house. They helped me with my rezoning plan. They had an objection to it, and we worked together, and basically they removed their objection. I had to continue, but they worked with me and we got a site plan that they would agree on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And now, Mr. Chairman, to give the applicants the opportunity to respond to that and have the last word, unless there's any more questions, Mr. Chairman. If there's no more questions from council, to give the applicants the last word.
All right, did you want to rebut on any comments, ma'am, Miss? Any more comments?
Oh, yeah. So I think honestly would love if we can look at the facts of the case in terms of the consistency from all of the departments, consistency with that the planning department found, which is tapping into the comprehensive future CMU 35, and hopefully leave all of the hearsay behind and look at the facts of the case and what we're ahead presenting to you tonight for what that future land can be used under our proposal this evening. Get back to the facts. It's developing for the city of Tampa and leave the drama behind us all.
Any questions for the applicant? Any questions for the applicant? Move to close.
Second.
Mr. Brandon's moved, second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion granted. Mr. Vieira, did your hand go up, sir?
No.
Oh, all right. Well, what about number one, sir?
Oh, me? Oh.
Yes, sir.
Well, you know what I'll do is, legally, Mr. Shelby, if I make a motion for, am I obligated to vote yes?
Yes.
So I
The
can't.
seconder doesn't, the seconder has the option. The maker of the motion would be an affirmative vote.
I'm undecided at this point. I would put it up to see what happens, so to speak.
Mr. Maniscalco?
No, sir. Pass, please.
Mr. Carlson?
Mr. Chair, on file number REZ 21-71, I am going to deny the plan development. The burden of proof was not provided by the applicant. And while the proposed zoning may be allowed for consideration under the existing future land use category, and the Planning Commission staff concluded that proposed rezoning is consistent, the proposed rezoning is not compatible with the existent and predominant pattern of the development. So I move to deny this PD zoning, and that's REZ 21-71.
Second.
Second by Mr. Maniscalco. Roll call vote.
Vieira?
And before, may I make something, state something here? I want to make an inquiry here, if I may, Mr. Chair. Thank you, sir. I just want to confirm that, darn it, I lost my agenda here, that there were inconsistencies found in the staff report, correct?
If you're going to ask
I
us.
accidentally struck out here. I got to pull it back up. I apologize.
Council, also, if there's any, Mr. Citro, if there's any citations to the code that is relevant, or any findings with regard to
With
it.
code 27-136, the proposed use does not promote in effect the substantial use of land for its infrastructure.
And anything that council wishes to add with regard to any waivers, if that's an issue.
I couldn't find the waivers consistent either.
Here?
Okay, so I'll vote yes. Thank you.
Citro?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Dingfelder?
No on the motion, and I'd like to just explain it briefly. I think they're pretty close to their allowable density on the RM24. It's about a half acre on the RM24. I think there's testimony they could have done 11 units. They're asking for 13, which is not that big. Typically, and in the past, in this neighborhood, I've opposed multifamily projects that intrude into the neighborhood. But this project is all the way up on Columbus. The testimony from the adjacent neighbor directly to the south, and he was in favor of it. The building itself doesn't start until about 30 feet away from the property line. So these, even these rear buildings, units 8 through 13, while, you know, the neighborhood might not be thrilled with them, you know, where they are and what they're doing, at the end of the day, I don't really see how they're that intrusive. And I think a common driveway coming in and out of 13 units is better than 13 individual driveways on these various streets. Because at least it's one single place of ingress and egress that everybody knows about, as opposed to, you know, constantly looking over your shoulder to see who's gonna be backing out of these 13 different individual driveways. I don't think the waivers are burdensome, and frankly, I was sort of urging the neighborhood to give us competent, substantial evidence to oppose it, but I didn't hear a lot. I just heard a lot about the fact that this developer has a lot of projects going on in the neighborhood, and they're not happy with him working or not working with them on various projects. But we can't look at various projects. We can only look at the project in front of us. Ms. Kate Wells, if you disagree with me on any of this, feel free to jump in. But and for the record, that's our lawyer who's looking on. But anyway, so with all of that, and I apologize for being long-winded, I'm going to vote no on the motion.
Carlson? Yes. Maniscalco?
Yes.
And Goins?
Yes.
Motion carried with Dingfelder voting no.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, folks. Mr. Shelby?
It's after 6 o'clock, and it was brought to my attention, and my apologies to council, but item number 13 was noticed for 6 o'clock and not 5 o'clock. We took it up before 6 o'clock. In this case, it wasn't acted upon, it was just struck and removed from the agenda on the motion of request, on the request of the applicant.
So with that said, I'll move to, once again, to strike item 13 now that it's after 6 o'clock.
Thank you, and I've also asked Ms. Rosario on the second floor that there is nobody here who's come in to speak to that item.
And this will be renoticed if it comes back.
That's correct.
Second by Mr. Miranda. All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed?
Is anybody there?
No.
Marty's here. Ms. Rosario, is anybody there for item 13 since it's now after 6 o'clock?
Good evening, Eileen Rosario, Development and Coordination. There's no one here to speak on this item. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, council.
All right, Mr. Miranda has seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Before we get to item 2, I know we've got some land use hearings and things coming up in the future. But what's troubling to me is when I sit here and it's going on 6:30. When I sit and I hear all these hearings, and I hear what the developer wants, the community's not satisfied, there's no collaboration, it's like a missing piece somewhere. And then I talk about these design exceptions, how they're not approved, the neighborhood gets upset, and I'm just hoping that staff is listening, and I know it's late, but I think when growth manager does come back, I think we did talk about them making sure the neighborhood is included in some of these things, and making sure that there's a cohesive plan with everybody, even with the developers, and that way we don't sit here hearing all this stuff. And to me, I think it's upsetting to the people who are opposing, the people who are trying to get their project through. And I think there's gonna be another process before it comes way to council, and we waste all this time.
So,
It's my
Mr.
opinion.
Chairman, let me just chime in, and we'll take a few minute break, but till we get to the next one. So I have asked staff, specifically Ms. Post, and I've asked this 15 years ago as well, that the city administration consider hiring what they call an ombudsman. An ombudsman is basically a glorified name for a mediator, okay? Because a neutral mediator, okay? Staff can't be necessarily totally neutral on this because they're only there to protect the code, okay? But we need to engage either as a consultant or as an employee, a neutral mediator, the ombudsman, who can go out and try and help that negotiation. Because what I'm hearing, and you said the same thing, is there was a lot of discussion between the neighborhood and this developer, but then it starts falling apart. And then you got people calling each other names on websites and stuff like that, which is ridiculous. But if we had, and I've looked into this, and there's other communities around the nation that employ this method. And I don't know, I can't remember, unfortunately, Ms. Post is leaving. I don't know if she's handing this on to somebody else to discuss and what have you. Mr. Shelby.
Ms. Wells wants to say something, so I just want to, if I can, before she speaks, just to remind you, Council, rather than bring this up tonight, my suggestion would be certainly Ms. Feely and her team are going to be coming back to Council for the February workshop, which is going to focus on land development issues. Council has talked about the concept of what may be referred to as a neighborhood compatibility meeting or the like, of having what the councilman is proposing, but the time to do that would not be tonight, to take up your agenda with policy discussions, and I appreciate Council's desire to do that, but you do have that opportunity on February 17th, and I would ask you and remind you to bring it back at that time. Ms. Wells?
Thank you, Mr. Shelby. I think the workshop is scheduled for February 24th, and it has been set aside for land development issues, and I believe that concept is included in the many motions that are scheduled for discussion that day.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. That needs to be discussed seriously.
Mr. Chair, if I may, please.
Yes, sir, you recognize, sir.
The thing about this is that the petitioner has heard the concerns. And if they want to come back with this same site plan, they would have to wait a year. If there is a major difference in the site plan, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Wells, they can come back re-petition before that year. So it would behoove them to go back to the neighborhood association, and if they deem necessary, change their site plans, and then they can re-petition. So they have heard us, and they've heard the neighborhood association.
All right, gentlemen, I think everyone's head's drooping a little bit. We'll take a 5-minute recess, and we'll get back at it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We'll go into item number 2.
Roll call.
Ready? Oh, roll call, I'm sorry, you're right, man.
Carlson,
Here.
Maniscalco,
Here.
Dinkfelder,
He's here.
Citro, Vieira, Miranda, and Goods.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
All right. Item number 2, staff. Ms. Barnes? We can't hear you, Ms. Barnes. We can't hear you, no, ma'am.
Oh,
Try it again.
Thank you, Council. Annie Barnes, Development
All right.
Coordination. Item number 2 is REZ 2175. The subject property is located at 2701 East Fowler Avenue. The request is to rezone the property from CI and CG to PD. I'll turn over the presentation to the Planning Commission, and after their presentation, I'll conclude mine.
Thank you, Annie. Jennifer Malone with the Planning Commission. As she stated, this is 2175. We're going to travel up to the university area and the University Square neighborhood. The closest transit stop is within a quarter-mile of the site. Part Route 9 connects the subject site to downtown Tampa and University area. Copeland Park is the nearest public recreational facility, and the site is not within an evacuation zone. As we can see, there's a variety of uses along East Fowler Avenue. We have the University Square Mall to the north, which is in unincorporated Hillsborough County. There's some industrial uses east of North 30th Street. There's multifamily residential to the south of the subject site, which then transitions to single-family detached residential further south of the subject site. On the adopted future land use map, the property is Community Commercial 35, that's the red, and that's predominant along East Fowler Avenue. The white to the north is because those properties are within unincorporated Hillsborough County. The blue is University of South Florida under the public, semi-public. The gray and the dark gray are the light industrial and heavy industrial to the east of North 30th Street. To the south of the subject site, we have residential 35. Those are your multifamily designations. And then that salmon color further south is residential 10. That's your single family detached neighborhood that's within the surrounding area. Planning Commission staff did find this consistent with the comprehensive plan. I do have one correction to make on the record. Our report stated that the floor area ratio of the plan development was at a 1.29 FAR, but it was actually a 1.37 FAR for the record, and I believe Annie will speak on that further in her presentation. I also need to state that the applicant is proposing a vertically mixed use development. It is located on an arterial roadway, and the site is over 0.35 acres. Thus, the applicant is allowed up to a 1.5 FAR without the need for a bonus agreement with city legal. So the applicant is proposing that 1.37 today. It is meeting those 3 conditions within the comprehensive plan, and that bonus agreement is not required before you tonight. So the applicant is providing that vertically mixed use on the arterial, which is supported by the comprehensive plan. The applicant is also providing, or the plan development is also meeting the mixed use centers and corridors policies by orienting the multifamily and retail structure close to the public right of way on East Fowler Avenue. We also found good sidewalk connectivity as well. I will just, and again, this is consistent with the compact city form strategy, which seeks to have increased availability of housing densities that promote walking and transit use near employment concentrations, residential services, and amenities. The University Square Mall is right to the north. That's your, those are your employment concentrations, as well as the University of South Florida to the northeast. And this is an area that meets all of those factors. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Malone? All right, Ms. Barnes?
Thank you, Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. I will share my screen. Again, the applicant is proposing to rezone 2701 East Fowler Avenue from CI and CG to PD to allow the development of retail sales, convenience goods, and residential multifamily uses. The applicant is requesting 6 waivers shown on your screen here. There is a correction to waiver number two, as shown on the screen, the percentage. Shown here is a survey of the property as it currently is, approximately 6.57 acres in size. Shown here is part of the site plan. The proposed project is a residential multifamily use with 277 dwelling units and 1,780 square feet of retail sales convenience goods. Building setbacks are proposed as follows: north 10 feet, south 46 feet, east 126 26 feet, and west 44 feet. Proposed maximum building height is 60 feet. A total of 550 parking spaces are required, and a total of 552 parking spaces are provided. Vehicular access is provided from East Fowler Avenue and cross access to the west parcel for fire truck mobility. A cross access agreement is required between the western property owner and the subject site. The proposed project can develop at a 1.5 FAR in the current future land use, and therefore allows for the consideration of a FAR of 1.37, not 1.29 as shown in the staff report. These are the elevations that were provided by the applicant. Shown here is an aerial map in the surrounding zoning. Property directly north of the subject property across East Fowler Avenue is zone CG and developed with a mixture of commercial uses. Property directly west of the subject property is zone CI and CG and developed with a hotel as well. Property directly south of the subject property is zone CI and developed with a railroad track, and property adjacently east of the site is zone CI and developed with a restaurant. Shown here is part of the subject property facing south on East Fowler Avenue. Again, shown is the existing hotel use. And further west along East Fowler Avenue, that hotel use. This is property directly east of the subject site. And this is facing north from the subject property across East Fowler Avenue. Development review and compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the overall request inconsistent. Please refer to Transportation, Natural Resources, Solid Waste, and Development Coordination comments for overall inconsistency finding. Modifications to the site plan must be completed by the applicant in between first and second reading of the ordinance as stated on the revision sheet if approving the application. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Any question, Ms. Barnes?
Ms. Barnes, Mr. Chair, if I may, Ms. Barnes, what is the total square footage of this proposed development?
So the total square footage is, give me 1 second.
Give me a ballpark figure.
It's 1,780 square feet of retail sales. And then the additional 200, I'm sorry. I believe it shows it on the site plan, the total square footage. Give me 1 second. Let me try and go back. So the total square footage is 391,423 square feet.
And you said 1,780 square foot is dedicated to retail?
That is correct.
Let me ask one more time. 1,780, not
Correct.
17,000.
1,780 square feet of retail space as shown on this. So I'm not sure if my screen is still showing.
Ms. Barnes, thank you, but they're
Yeah.
asking for mixed use?
Yes, vertical mixed use.
Okay, I'll ask the petitioner. Thank you very much, Ms. Barnes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No problem.
Any other questions for Ms. Barnes, gentlemen? All right, we'll move to the petitioner.
They're all online.
Good evening, council. Good evening, Mr. Chair.
Turn your cameras on and.
Good evening, council. Good evening, Mr. Chair. Can you see me and hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Get Mr. Singer sworn in.
I would like to be sworn. I have not yet been sworn, sir.
All right, Madam Clerk? Three more applicants, we get them on, get them all at one time?
Michael Horner, Colin Rice, and Chase Powell.
Call their names one more time, Madam Clerk. I see you got, okay, Mr. Horner's on now.
Chase Powell and Colin Rice. If you can please turn your camera on.
All right, we have Mr. Rice. Waiting for one more, correct?
Correct.
We'll go ahead and proceed with those three. If the other one pops in, we'll swear them at that time. Go ahead and swear them in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Singer?
Good evening. Good evening, council. I would like permission at this point to share my screen if that's possible.
I think Mr. Powell just jumped on. Let's get him sworn in right quick, Madam Clerk. He just popped on the screen.
All right, Chase, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
All right, Mr. Singer, you may continue, sir.
Very good. Can you see my screen, council?
Yes, sir.
Very good. And Mr. Citro, we will get back to your question, certainly. This is an application to change an existing hotel use into a student housing use with a very small retail component as well. The applicant or the developer will be Landmark Development out of Athens, Georgia. And you may be familiar with Landmark. They have two existing properties in this area. One right on Bruce B. Downs, across from the Panera, right near USF, and one down the street on Fowler and 46th called The Retreat. They've been very successful in Tampa over the past couple of years. They're familiar with the city and its requirements. So we're looking here to go from CI to CG and CG to a PD, multifamily residential, 277 units, and then that small retail sales component, which we anticipate being some sort of coffee shop or other complementary use to the residential, much like exists at the Standard right down the street. I want to briefly go through the waivers first before we jump into showing the pictures and giving you some character of why we're requesting them. The first one is pretty simple, requesting the loading burst to go from 4 to 3. This type of use, we just don't need 4 loading bursts. So that's a pretty straightforward request. Number 2, reduce the required tree retention to 18%. What you'll see when you see the aerial of this site is there's 47 trees, 31 of them are completely internal. They provide no canopy for the public, and they wouldn't survive construction. 16 of them are external, 9 to the north, 7 to the south. Those will be preserved. The third waiver is the 15-foot use buffer and masonry wall. This we're requesting to allow for functional drive aisles. The adjacent uses don't need that much buffer, and the buffer actually reduction is consistent with how it's working right now. We're not asking for more than anything that is functional at the moment, just maintain the status quo. Number 4 is related to the trees. Again, we're asking just to put into the mitigation fund. The site is not appropriate for replacing trees. We're keeping the ones that can be kept. Let's find some spaces in the city where a canopy can really be utilized. Multifamily green space. We are going to provide over 10,000 square foot more green space than exists on the site now. A net increase over 10,000 square feet. The code requires 350. We're looking for a little less than that. And then lastly, again, reducing the vehicular use area buffer on the west side. Again, that's maintaining the status quo as to what is there now. It's functional. It's parking lot to parking lot. And as you heard Ms. Barnes say, there's a 44-foot building buffer That's how much space is in between the buildings, even though the parking lots will touch each other. So we have some revisions before first and second reading. We're aware of them. We've tracked them on the staff report. We've had extensive meetings with solid waste, and we will make those updates between first and second reading should we gain your approval this evening. Again, here's an aerial map of the site. You can see its location on the Fowler corridor, across from USF, across from the Rhythm, which used to be University Mall. We're about 300 yards or 3 football fields from the USF campus. Directly to the north, I want to emphasize here, it has direct signalized pedestrian access to the University Collection Shopping Plaza, where there's a Winn-Dixie and other amenities. This will take cars off the road. Students and folks who live there will not have to drive for amenities. Here's some pictures of what the site looks like now. On the top left, what you can see is the southeast corner of the existing elevation. The top right is the northeast corner that's nearest to Fowler Avenue. The bottom left is the eastern property line and the drive aisle, and then the bottom right is the southern property line, or the rear of the existing. This is that crosswalk I was just referring to from the site entrance, crossing Fowler, heading north to the Winn-Dixie. You're looking also then at the northern portion of the existing Quality Inn. The bottom left is the sidewalk heading east from the entrance, and then the bottom right from the north side of Fowler looking to the south. These are some renderings of what Landmark builds around the region. Some you will probably recognize from your trip down Fowler. They are a very high-end, reputable builder, and they take great care in their projects. This is not a build and flip situation. They are here to stay, as is evidenced by their existing properties here in Tampa. Again, just for the record, CC 35, we're not asking for any bonus. The 1.37 FAR is below the 1.5 that would have been required. You can see the zoning, CI and CG to PD. This is a color call out from the site plan. And what you can see here, and what is important that I'd like you to recognize, is the middle here of this project. They're adding structured parking. So there's no parking waiver that is requested. This is going to be a 4-story project with a 5th level parking garage. There's going to be a pool deck on the 5th floor. Again, the required parking is 552. They more than meet that. There's going to be 4 open space courtyards, which you can see in green. 1, 2, 3, 4. Internal to the housing units, in that white portion separating the courtyards, that's open air, but covered amenity space for the residents. So it's kind of like a breezeway for gathering for students. Visitor parking are situated outside any of the restricted parking garage gates. Primary vehicular access to the northeast is on Fowler. We have cross access to the western neighbor at the northwest corner of the site. And you can see all this is designated by the red arrows. Cross access to the east at the southeast corner of the site. This is an existing aerial of the site. And I think this is one of the important slides to take notice of when we're talking about the trees. I had told you that the interior trees are the ones we're seeking to remove. Take a look at the middle of the site. Those are no grand trees, and they simply would not survive any construction. The parking garage is going to go there instead of those trees. Again, they will pay into the fund, but those trees, unfortunately, those 31 cannot be saved. And I would tell you, anyone who wants to develop on this site is going to have to ask for removal of those trees. This is one of the elevations conceptually. Of the corner perspective from Fowler, this shows the northwest corner of the site. This shows the other corner perspective from Fowler. And right here, what you're looking at is the retail component as well, the coffee shop or other amenity that will be available to the residents. We have worked with the Innovation Alliance. They are supportive of this project. As you can see from Mr. Sharp's letter, I asked him if he thought this was positive for the neighborhood and for the area. And he said to me, David, it's not only positive, it's very exciting. And so for those of you that know Mark Sharp, he is very excited about this project and wanted me to make that clear as a positive contributor to this corridor. We've also interfaced with USF. They are supportive of student housing. They have offered no objection to this project. They are familiar with Landmark, but due to their policies, they will not come out and support a particular development, but they are supportive of student housing and raise no objection here. I wanted to be brief in the presentation to allow time for you all to ask questions. There are some waivers, mainly green space and trees, that we certainly can address. This has been a nice occasion for me and our team to work with Michael Horner. Usually we are independent, but on this one we've been able to collaborate. Mr. Horner is here and on the line and will assist with answering your questions. We have the applicant with us. We have the applicant's engineer with us. So at this point, I will conclude my presentation with telling you we have no known opposition to this from the community, and we're here to answer your questions.
Any questions, Mr. Singer?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Recognized?
Mr. Singer, I go back to my question earlier to Ms. Barnes. With 300,911 square feet of a building or buildings, you've got 1,780 square feet of retail and you're calling it mixed use. The amenities in which you speak, in my opinion, are common areas. I'm sure it's probably going to have something, like you said, a coffee shop, a gym or whatnot, but that's for the residents. And Mr. Singer, you and I have known each other, and I mean this somewhat in jest, but that's 0.006%. That would be like me taking a shoebox and put it in my 1,700 square foot condo, calling it a bedroom. You sure you want to call this mixed use?
Mr. Citro, I appreciate the question. This is a business decision on the part of the applicant. This is how they model their developments around the country, and they have been successful. It certainly meets the definition by our Tampa City standards, and I would ask the applicant himself, who's with us, Mr. Powell, to talk about how they came to this calculation and why this amount of square footage for this amount of housing.
And just one more statement, and then I will sit back and listen. With this area that is proposed to be growing, with this area that is adjacent a university, with this area that is trying to become more walkable, more bikeable, I would consider if this had some ground floor real retail space to consider it mixed use. But please. Go ahead.
That was going to be my question, Mr. Citro. I'm very familiar with Fowler Avenue. I tell you, Chick-fil-A is probably thrilled about it now if something goes right next to it. But I'm very familiar with that area and that property. That's a huge piece of property. And I know the restaurant is closed down on that property. I don't know if the hotel's doing well at all, but it was used for COVID at the time, Hillsborough County. But when I look at this project, and I see retail, but when I listen to the presentation, I'm not hearing about retail at all. So I guess that's my question would be, along with Mr. Citro, and especially next to the university over there, when we say mixed use. So that'd be part of my listening ear with the developer or the agent to kind of give us a little bit more in detail about the project. So any other questions, anybody else, before we Can we get some information from the applicants?
Is there anybody in the?
Chase, I think you have to unmute.
Yeah. Can you help him out there, Madam Clerk? RN? You gotta unmute yourself, Mr. Chase. No, not yet.
Mr. Chairman, while Mr. Powell is getting his microphone corrected, may I have just a moment to comment on that? We've represented student housing developments through a number of both county-initiated and City of Tampa rezoning project. You may recall the city project that we just went through with student housing at the University of Tampa. And that retail space for about a similar size structure, similar number of units, was approximately 1,500 square feet. The goal is not to add more retail on Fowler Avenue. We already have plenty of retail on Fowler Avenue. The goal here for the Planning Commission and through our developer directive is to allow for ancillary retail uses that will not only capture the internal shopping needs of the students, that's clearly part of the design process, but just as important and brought about by the mandate from the Planning Commission to allow for that connectivity to the sidewalk, to the public who want to access that retail as well. So we had initially that retail located on the eastern side. It did not face Fowler Avenue. Planning Commission, David Hay and Jennifer responded they want this to be a prominent location, orientation, not just an internalized location for the residents. And we redesigned this project for that ancillary retail, both to accommodate the public, direct orientation to Fowler Avenue, sidewalk connectivity, doorway entrances, as well as the students. So with that, I'd be happy to have Chase offer his comments as well.
And while he's getting, backlogged on, I would add, this is a housing project. This is a student housing project. Student housing is needed at this university. It's a clear upgrade of the site as it is. As Mr. Horner said, retail is not lacking in this corridor. So, please don't be distracted or fooled by the label of mixed use. That is a legal planning situation that our code calls for when there are two uses that are simultaneous. But this is a student housing development. And hopefully, Chase, you're back up.
I'm gonna go to Mr.
Can you all
Miranda.
hear me now?
Yeah, I'm gonna go to
Sorry
Mr.
about that.
Miranda.
Was having some,
Hold on, Mr.
technical
Powell. Mr. Powell, hold on a
difficulties.
second.
Thank
I'm
you, Mr.
gonna give deference to Mr. Miranda and Mr. Dingfellow. And
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a different view from my two esteemed colleagues who have spoken, and that is this. Retail is great, wonderful, and needed. But before you have retail, you gotta have a lot of density of people to buy something. And when you look at retail, Ybor City and downtown were the only two areas to shop when I was a young man 125 years ago. And then you look at that, what happened? Brent Plaza opened up, Northgate opened up, retail fell in downtown and Ybor City. Then what happened to Northgate into Brent Plaza? New malls came in, a new word, mall. What happened to them? They closed. They had to reinvent themselves with grocery stores and things of that nature to make it work, somewhat. Even now you go by and you still see empty spots. So then you see Midtown. It's a mix of a lot of things. And now let's go back to retail. What's gonna happen in West Shore Mall? It's not gonna be the West Shore Mall we know. It will have some retail, it'll have some restaurants, but it's gonna change also to what? Residential units and some retail and some restaurants, not primarily just retail. You see the change that we have is called cell phone mania. You can order anything you want. You don't have to leave your house. You can go out when it's raining. If it's snowing somewhere else, you can still go out. And you can get on that phone and spend more money than what you're gonna make in 10 years in 15 seconds. You can go to Amazon, you can go anywhere you want. Have the food delivered to your house, have the clothing made for you and delivered to your house, and things of that nature. We have a changing world and a changing reality of everything we need. So that's the new mode, the new mod Whether I like it or not, is another question, but that's not here before me. It's the changing of a public perception of what they want to do and how they want to live. And I appreciate that. Cars are no longer going to be fueled by petroleum to some degree, and you have a changing world altogether. I see this project as a boost to the retail that's there now, because it's a highly traveled area at rate of speeds at 35, 45, even 50 miles an hour. That's why you have it now controlled by many, many different avenues that weren't there 10 years ago. And I know Luis Vieira worked very hard to get some of those things put in, and Mr. Goods in that district that he borders with Mr. Vieira. So when these things happen, I take a step back and I just listen. And I realize the changing, the evolution of society. And this is the evolution that society needs, that society wants. I have grandchildren who rent apartments, although they have beautiful houses, and I still can't figure that damn thing out. If you think I'm gonna pay that kind of rent in an apartment when I got a room at my house, my father would turn over in his grave if I did that. And my mother was still putting a whipping on me. So what I'm saying is things have changed. And that's the way it is. People want liberty. They want to make decisions earlier in life than later in life. And that's how I see it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Dingford, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So about 2 years ago, we had a project in front of us at the corner of McDill and Gandy with a similar tiny mixed-use component. And we pointed it out. Ultimately, we turned down the project. I can't remember on what basis. Maybe that was part of it. And now I think that's the location, as I recall, of the proposed car wash that's coming, for better or for worse. But the point is I pointed out 2 years ago that this mixed-use issue is in our code, and it has strange results. In that particular location, I didn't appreciate the result because it allowed for a greater density and a greater intensity of residential development, even though they were providing just a little farce retail component. Anybody remember that one? Anyway, let me read you the last paragraph of the staff report, because really this is the crux of the issue. They're not just calling it mixed use. They're calling it mixed use because it gives them additional density and intensity. Okay? It says the CC 35 future land use designation is comprised of blah, 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 blah. The CC 35 designation allows for a maximum of 30 dwelling units per gross acre and a maximum FAR, floor area ratio, of 1.0. The applicant's proposing vertical mixed-use development on a site located on an arterial roadway greater than 0.35 acres in size. Therefore, the proposed project can develop at a FAR of 1.5. In other words, they're using a bonus that's part of our comp plan to bump it from 1.0 FAR, floor area ratio, to 1.5 FAR. The subject property is 286,000 square feet, 6.5 acres in size, and therefore allows for consideration for the proposed FAR of 1.29. So because they've called it mixed use, and as you indicated, Joe, they've provided a little shoebox at 0.6% of the total project, they can call it mixed use because we allow them to. We allow them to it in our code. Okay, that's why we need to revisit that code so we can sort of get a greater handle on where we want. Now, with all of that said, David, you're going to fall out of your seat. I don't have a problem with it at this location. I don't have a problem with it at this location because it's Fowler Avenue. It's near the university. Chances are it's probably going to be a lot of university people, you know, kids or graduate students or what have you. Who knows? Who cares? The bottom line is, I think, Goods, you pointed out there's a lot of retail along there already. It doesn't bother me that they're not really contributing. But at the end of the day, and we are coming into staff reports, which I won't get into, Mr. Shelby, but we're coming into some staff reports in the next couple months where we're going to be discussing this mixed use concept. Some places, I think it's fine to give them a bonus, okay, in greater intensity, like Fowler Avenue. But if this project was closer to a neighborhood and really had a neighborhood impact, whether or not it's East Tampa, South Tampa, or whatever, then the problem is they'd still be trying to use the greater FAR. And that it's in those areas that it would give me and the rest of us really big heartburn. So anyway, I just wanted to make sure we honed in on this provision of the staff report, because this is the crux of the matter. I haven't heard if there's any neighborhood opposition. I kind of doubt it. I think we need to get to that, Mr. Chairman, before midnight. But the bottom line is at this location on Fowler, I don't have any problem with it.
All right, Mr. Powell, I'll hear from you, sir.
May I, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Bieri.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. No, just I wanted to speak and to echo especially what Councilman Miranda said, that, I mean, for me, the issue of commercial use is a what's that term, a rabbit hole or whatever, that's not really relevant to where we're talking about. This is for student housing in an area that needs good quality student housing, that's quality, hopefully affordable. I'm sure it will be. But obviously is going to be very, very quality from Mr. Singer's assertions on this builder. And then with regards to the commercial use, I find that a very, very limited relevancy in the quality of this project and its compatibility with the area. I mean, you're going to be dealing with kids here. I can say that now because I'm 43, but you're going to be dealing with kids here, 18, 19, 20-year-olds, and for them, all the commercial they need is right here on their cell phone. So, I mean, I think we should move forward with this. This is needed. It's very well tailored to the area, and let's get her done. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Powell?
Thank you. I think all the commissioners here, for the most part, kind of took away everything that I was going to say. But I would just point to the standard across the street from this project as a perfect example of what we're going to be doing here. You know, to be quite honest with you, the retail space that we're going to include in this property is going to be very much in line with what you see at the standard across the street. We currently have a similar size space there that's filled by a company called Mogi Tea. They do bubble tea, and it's really, you know, something that can be complimentary for the residents in the property, but it's a independent retail use and will be leased accordingly. You know, to everyone already made this point before, but there's a ton of retail in the area already. Retail is use that is harder to develop right now in current market conditions, just given the way of the global economy and the Amazon economy, with being able to order everything on your phone right now. So, you know, the only thing that is worse than not having retail is having vacant retail. There's currently vacant retail on this site. There's vacant retail in the property right next door to us. So we don't want to do that. We want to make sure that whatever we're adding here is accretive to the city of Tampa and to the surrounding uses, and we can be good neighbors here. And part of that is knowing what the market can actually hold and sustain. And so we feel that the 1,780 square feet is completely justified in what will be able to be leased in this market.
Question, Mr. Powell? All right, we'll move on right along. Anyone on the second floor to speak on this item?
Rosario, Development Coordination. There's no one here to speak on this item.
Thank you. Anyone registered to speak on this item?
Yes, we have 4 registered speaker. However, Donna did not log on. We have Andrew, David, and Eric. Please turn your cameras on.
That's a strange noise. It sounds like snoring.
Yara, please.
How do you
on,
know
Yara.
about that?
Yara. Folks, could you turn your cameras on, folks? I see 1, 2, 3. All right.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, these are all folks who are part of the applicant team, and we just registered for procedural purposes in case they needed to speak. and answer
Okay.
any of your questions.
All right, okay, all right. Mr. Vieira, you recognize?
Thank you very much. I saw Mr. Singer nod his head in this regard. I just want to state for the record, there is no opposition from any neighborhood association. I would assume not, but just for the record.
For the record, there is no opposition that we are aware of from any neighborhood association or from any neighbor. And before, Mr. Chair, if you'll just grant me one consideration before anyone makes a motion, I would like to say that it warms my heart to share Councilman Dingfelder's sentiments on this project.
All right, since they're all
Back at you, my friend.
since they're all Mr. Singer's people, we'll skip the formalities on that. No one else registered, Madam Clerk?
No one else.
All right, right. In that case, we'll move to close.
So move.
Mr. Manis moved it, Mr. Maniscalco, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Mr. Berry, mind taking this, sir?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. I hereby move an ordinance being presented for first reading and consideration. File number REZ 2175. Ordinance rezoning proper and general vicinity of 2701 East Fowler Avenue, City of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in Section 1, from zoning district classification CI, commercial intensive, and CG, commercial general, to PD, planned development, residential, multifamily, retail sales, convenience goods, providing an effective date.
All right, Mr. Shelby, your hand jumped up, sir?
Yeah, just, and it also includes the revision sheet between first and second reading?
No, I'm not. No, yes, I am. Yeah, thank you.
Maniscalco, second. Roll call, please.
Citro?
Gentlemen, I am going to support this, but let's call it what it is, multi-use. I don't know about that. I feel that we really need to revisit that term multi-use. I would have felt more comfortable if you would have had at least 1%, not 0.006. But I will support this, yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Maniscalco? Vieira? And Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on February 17th at 9:30 a.m.
All right.
Thank you, Council.
Item number 3.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 3 is REZ 2181. The subject property is located at 4701 North Armenia Avenue. The request is to rezone the property from CG and PD to PD. I'll turn over the presentation to the Planning Commission, and after their presentation, I'll conclude mine.
Jennifer Malone with the Planning Commission again. As Annie gave a great introduction, this is 2181 along North Armenia Avenue. We're traveling to the Central Tampa Planning District, and more specifically the Wellswood neighborhood. This is within a mixed use and transit emphasis corridor. There is a transit stop adjacent to the subject site, providing service Hart Route 17. Wellswood Park is the closest public recreational facility, and the subject site is within evacuation zone D. Here's an aerial of the subject site. As you can see, we have some medical offices in the surrounding area to the north and the west. There's multifamily to the west as well. And then to the east of the subject site are the single family detached. The adopted future land use is community mixed use 35. That is predominant along North Armenia Avenue. And then to the southeast is residential 10. That's the orange color, and that's where that single family detached neighborhood is. There's also some residential 50 to the west and residential 35 to the southwest as well. Planning Commission staff did find this consistent with the comprehensive plan. The use is consistent with the underlying future land use designation of community mixed use 35. This is the redevelopment of an existing structure. So the Planning Commission staff recognizes the applicant won't be able to meet all of the mixed use policies within the plan. But we did find that the applicant made an effort to meet these policies by providing a pedestrian connection and some internal pedestrian connections. So with that, I'll just conclude by stating that we found it consistent with the plan and comparable and compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. That concludes my presentation, and I am, as always, available for questions.
Any question for Ms. Malone? All right, Ms. Barnes?
Thank you, Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. I'll share my screen. The applicant is requesting to rezone 4701 North Armenia Avenue from CG and PD to PD to allow development with a business and professional office use. The applicant is requesting a waiver to reduce the required use-to-use buffer as shown on your screen. Shown here is an aerial map in the surrounding zoning. To the north of the site, again, is a medical office. To the west of the site is a medical office, and east of the site is a school. And to the south is a store and residential single-family dwelling. The subject site is approximately 67,000 square feet in size. Shown here is part of the site plan submitted. The proposed project is for 9,446 square feet of business professional office building use. Setbacks are proposed as follows: 10 feet from the north, 10 feet from the south, 20 feet from the east, and 25 feet from the west. Proposed maximum building height is 35 feet. A total of 31 parking spaces are required, and 38 parking spaces are provided. Vehicular access will be off of Armenia Avenue. Shown here are the north and south elevations, as well as the east and west elevations. Shown here is the subject site, as well as property north of the site, property east of the site, as well as south of the site. Development Review and Compliance Staff has reviewed the application and overall finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Modifications to the site plan must be completed by the applicant in between first and second reading of the ordinance as stated on the revision sheet approving the application. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, Ms. Barnes? All right, we have from the applicant. They're in person? All right. All right, gentlemen, have you, I'm sure Ms. Rosario has already sworn you in?
We've both been sworn in.
All right, sir. Are you ready? You state your name and you can begin.
Okay, my name is Álvaro Rodriguez. I am the architect of the project. The request is to rezone the property located at 4701 North Armenia Avenue, Tampa, from planned development. It was an all regions bank, and we will rezone the property to planned development for a business professional office. Will be for a lawyer office. The proposed building will be 9,446 square foot, and the proposed use will be for a lawyer firm, Lorenzo and Lorenzo. The subject site is within the community mixed use 35 future lands development designation. The CMU 35 future land use support general, commercial, retail, service, professional office, and residential uses. The property, this was the property right now, but this is, can I zoom this out a little bit? Zoom out. Oh, no, in, out. Okay, it's okay. This is Armenia Avenue, and this is the property right now. This area that you see here is the existing bank that is not used anymore. This area that you see on this side is the drive-through that the old bank have for all the tellers on this side. This was the circulation that the bank has for all the cars around the whole building. This is the existing elevation of that building. With the idea is to use this building and all the addition that you will do to get to the 9,000 square foot will be on the back of this size. These are the condition of the existing parking lot. The lot is already with all the trees, all the buffers, all the hedges are already installed. Everything is in a good standard. This is the front of the building. This area, we will keep it. And on this area, we will do the addition. Basically, we will use the existing asphalt area to the new addition of the existing building. Parking area for another angle. This is the existing site plan. And again, this is the existing building, retention pond on the back of the building, complete circulation that they have all the driveway for the old tellers, for the old drive-through for the bank, and that was the exit of the bank area.
Sir, are you aware of any opposition from anybody on this?
No, sir. We are not really changing anything. I think that everybody's happy with the use because we are basically reducing the amount of traffic that generate a bank. This would be
So it looks like staff is pretty happy with it. The waiver you requested is very minor. Mr. Chairman, maybe we can see if there's anybody who wants to speak to this.
Any further? We have anybody else on the second floor that wants to speak to this item in opposition?
And Mr. Chair.
Mr. Viera, you recognize?
Yes, sir. Just out of an abundance of caution for Mr. Shelby, Mr. Lorenzo, I'm a defense attorney, so I have had cases. I think I have one with his firm, Mr. Shelby, that just for the record, that does not produce any conflict, correct?
Excuse me, I didn't quite get the relation.
That I have, I believe, one active case with Mr. Lorenzo's firm where I'm serving as
With Mr.
defense
Lorenzo's
counsel.
firm. Okay.
It's the applicant. I mean, I don't think that's a conflict, but I'm just.
Oh, he does.
And, pardon me, I'm sorry?
I'm not a party, I'm representing someone.
You're representing someone.
Yeah.
You see your attorney. So you
Yeah.
have no financial interest in the subject of this case?
Absolutely none.
And you can be fair and impartial and judge it on the competent substantial evidence?
Absolutely.
Well, thank you. Then, in my opinion, you would be required to vote.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Just for the record, thank you.
And for the record, this is George Lorenzo. I have no objection to the council member voting.
Thank you, Mr. Lorenzo. Thank you.
Mr. Rosario, do we have anybody on the second floor to speak on this item?
Eileen Rosario, Development Coordination. There's no one here to speak on this item. Thank you.
All right, is anybody ready to speak on this item?
No registered speakers for this item.
All right, move to close.
Well, before you close, I did recognize Mr. Lorenzo when he came in, and many years ago, he and I practiced together in the public defender's office, I believe, Mr. Lorenzo, is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
But anyway, good to see you. Mr. Shelby, in response to all the questions you just asked Mr. Vieira, my answer is the same. I have no issues, I have no relationship to the project, and I haven't seen Mr. Lorenzo in many years.
Mr. Miranda.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm not a lawyer, thank God, and I just want to ask a question here. Is it Lorenzo next door? Is it Lorenzo now, or what? Not have to do anything with the zoning, don't get me wrong.
The other building next door, council member, is we're going to move into the new building
Thank
once
you.
it's completed.
I don't need an answer to that. Thank you very much.
All right.
And so that for the record, the waiver that we're asking is regarding an existing retention pond. So we're not changing anything. There's an existing retention pond there already. We don't want to change the wall structure on the existing retention pond, and that's why the waiver of the 2 feet. That backs up to the school that you see there, and it's where the old driveway to the teller is. The final project is going to give us a significant amount of more green space, because all that section in the front of the building that used to be a driveway is going to be turned into all green space.
Thank you, sir. Move to close.
Second.
Mr. Stilwell's moved, seconded by Mr. Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Mr. Maniscal, can we do off on you, sir?
Sure. I have an ordinance, is there a revision sheet on this or no? Okay. There is, okay. Thank you very much. I have an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 4701 North Armenia Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification CG, commercial general and PD plan development to PD plan development, business professional office, providing effective date, and including that revision sheet between now and second reading.
Second.
I think Mr. Vieira seconded first, correct? Did I hear that, Mr. Vieira? All right, Ms. Vieira seconded. Roll call, please.
Miranda.
Yes.
Dingfelder.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Vieira. Citro, and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Citro being absent at vote. Second reading and adoption will be held on February 17th at 9:30 a.m.
All right, we've already taken care of number 4.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Going to number 5.
February 17th, second reading.
Thank you, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 5 is REZ 2191. The subject property is located at 1909 North Florida Avenue, rear. The request is to rezone the property from CI to RM24. I'll turn over the presentation to Jennifer Malone with the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Annie. Jennifer Malone here with the Planning Commission. This is 2191. We are in the Central Tampa Planning District and the Tampa Heights Urban Village. It is located just east of North Florida Avenue, which is a transit emphasis corridor. Fernando Mesa Park is 400 feet to the northeast of the subject site. There's a transit stop about 350 feet to the south of the site, and it is not located within an evacuation zone. So here's an aerial of the site. As you can see, we're just east of North Florida Avenue. We have the YMCA and the Metropolitan Ministries in this vicinity. To the south is the Armature Works development. We found this consistent with the comprehensive plan. The site is within the Tampa Heights Urban Village, and it is surrounded by a mixture of light commercial, office uses, residential, and vacant parcels. So the request for residential multiple family 24 zoning district primarily provides for medium high density multiple family residential development, which is consistent with that underlying residential 83 future land use designation. And so that is what the plan calls for in this area. And then you can see to the west of the site is the community commercial 35 along North Florida Avenue. And then to the north is that residential 20. So the residential multifamily 24 is consistent with the underlying future land use. It is compatible with the surrounding development pattern. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Malone? Okay, Ms. Barnes?
Thank you. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. This is REZ 2191 for 1909 North Florida Avenue, rear. The applicant is requesting to rezone from CI, commercial intensive, to RM24. There are no waivers associated with the standard rezoning request. Shown here is the subject property, approximately 0.23 acres in size. The subject property is comprised of Lot 4, Block 3 of Kennedy's Heights subdivision, platted in 1890. Shown here is an aerial map and surrounding zoning. There's a mixture of commercial and residential multifamily uses in the general area. Most of the commercial properties are located on both sides of North Florida Avenue. Property north, south, and east of the subject parcel are zoned RM24. Property to the north and east of the site are developed with residential single-family detached homes. Property west is zoned CI commercial intensive and developed with a private recreational facility. Shown here is the subject property facing south on Ross Avenue. Shown here is the intersection of North Florida Avenue and Ross Avenue west of the subject site. And this is east on Ross Avenue along about where the subject site is, vantage point is. This is the alley that runs behind the subject site. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code, and that concludes my presentation.
Any question, Mr. Dingle, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Barnes, going back to your first photograph, did I, okay, so that tree is in the what, in the city right-of-way?
It appears so. I'm not sure if it shows it on the survey. Let me check. I don't see it on the survey. Nonetheless, they will have to comply at time of permitting to meet all natural resources requirements.
Okay, so that,
It does appear to be in the right of way, though.
I'm sorry, because it's Euclidean, there's no requirement in advance to look at the tree? Is that right?
That is my understanding. Erin Mayer, I'm not sure if she has gone out to the site. I can ask her as well. Erin, are you available? Maybe not.
Okay,
It'll have to be in the time of permitting, any natural resources requirements.
Okay, all right, I'll ask the applicant the same question. Maybe he's got more information on the tree. All right, thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Barnes? All right, we'll hear from the applicant. So he's logged off? Okay, all right. View his camera, cue it up.
Stephen, if you can please turn your camera on.
Swear him in.
Are you able to share my screen as well, please?
All right, sir, you can state your name again and begin.
Hi, my name is Stephen Eshkenazi. I'm the owner of this parcel, and I have already been sworn in. Going to go through this. I guess just to real quickly answer Mr. Dingfelder's question, that tree is located in the right-of-way. We will ensure that when we go through permitting that we have the proper setbacks from that tree if it's deemed to be in good condition and worth saving. Just go through the slideshow. So, you know, as it's been highlighted, we are asking to do a Euclidean rezoning from CI to RM24. The address of the property is 1909 North Florida Rear Unit. Just want to make sure we can clarify that this product or this particular property is not located on Florida Avenue. At one point in time it was, and the address has not yet been reflected, and that will be done so during a future permitting process. So this particular site is a little less than a quarter acre, and it is located in the Tampa Heights Historic District. And as previously seen in those pictures, the lot is currently vacant. So this is located in the R83 future land use category, which will allow for up to 83 dwelling units per acre. You know, the current zoning map here is shown that, you know, this property is CI at that point in time, that it was maybe initially part of this lot along Florida Avenue, maybe more understandable, but we are asking for the Euclidean zoning to have our zoning of RM24 or change to RM24 to be consistent with every single one of the residential surrounding properties, with the exception of those that ended up going through a planned development. So this particular area in blue is our particular subject property, and we are asking for that to be changed to the RM24 zoning tonight. As been alluded to with staff, it's been consistent across the board with every single one of the departments about our request for the Euclidean zoning change. Just a couple of the comprehensive plan policies that this will meet. The goal is to use some limited land resources more efficiently and pursue a development pattern that's more economically sound by encouraging infill development on vacant and underutilized sites. And as well as land use policy 5.1.4, development projects in urban villages must be oriented, integrated, and in scale with the surrounding community. And again, we're asking for our zoning to be consistent with all those surrounding residential lots. In conclusion, the Planning Commission and all city departments have found this request for Euclidean rezoning consistent, pursuant with the goals and intentions of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. The project is consistent And we encourage City Council and ask for their approval tonight for our request to go from CI zoning to RM24. Thank you, Council.
Any questions for the applicant? All right, anybody here to speak on this item on the second floor?
Good evening, Eileen Rosario, Development Coordination. I have one person here that would like to speak on this item, and they
Alright.
have been sworn in.
Thank you.
Good evening again, Councilman. Thank you for your time tonight. Brian Seal, 313 West Park Avenue. I have been sworn. Again, I'm the president of the Tampa Heights Civic Association, here to speak in favor of this rezoning request. I know we had a little bit of confrontational and controversial issue earlier in the night, but I do want to reassure council and everyone that our neighborhood organization does look at each rezoning on a case-by-case basis, and this is one that our land use committee examined and found consistent. Everything around it residentially is RM24. It is not facing North Boulevard. Therefore, a commercial intensive zoning is just not appropriate to the area. And so it's in keeping with character. It's a Euclidean rezoning. So we support the application and also have the reassurance that because of the historic overlay district, we can be assured that the development that will follow under Euclidean rezoning will be in keeping with that character of the neighborhood. So we are confident that we will be pleased with the outcome of this process, and we ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else speak on this item?
There's no one else here to speak on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone ready to speak on that?
There was 2 registered speakers, however, Richard did not log on, and Jeffrey's on the line.
All right.
Jeffrey, if you could please raise your right hand.
Turn his camera
Do you
on.
swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank
I
you.
do.
We
Thank
can't, oh, there he is, all right.
Councilman, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay, and I logged in to state an objection. I am the property owner just north of this parcel, which is, as the applicants indicated, does face Ross Avenue. And maybe my objection's a little, or
Just state your name for the
opposition's a
record
little-
again, Mr. Marshall.
Yes, sir. Jeffrey Marshall. And I don't have an objection or an opposition to the exact rezoning, like the Civic Association indicated, from intense commercial to residential RM24. But I have seen what I think are the proposed site plans and developments that are being proposed or will be proposed before the board or before the council at some point in time. And it looks like they're really kind of trying to get in potentially what might be just a planned development, just maximizing that space completely with as many units as they can get under that RM24. So I get that my opposition might be a little premature. I hope by having this opportunity to speak and just spend the minute or two that I have left to say that I hope they take into consideration some parking issues, the actual idea that these are family homes, they're historic homes. These are homes that are 120 plus years old. People move into this neighborhood with an expectation that people are raising families, you know, with the city skyline in mind, that they're gonna be families that have a home, yards to play in, and a city to walk their dogs in, that sort of thing. Our homes all have porches that what I have seen does not have porch space like the 200 to 400 square foot porch spaces that there are. The plan that I've seen does not have front property space or rear property space or yard space for people to be in. I walk across the street and I trim that tree a little bit. The brush pile that you see is from my chainsaw so that cars can park under there. So a lot of these homes were built before automobiles and they don't have our driveways sometimes no garages and that sort of thing. So it'd be difficult to imagine townhomes going up in this community where the old city mayor's house used to be just 2 doors down.
All right, anything else, sir?
No, sir.
Info, you recognize.
Thank you. And just for the record, this must be Public Defender night because Mr. Marshall, who's on camera there, Mr. Young Jeffrey Marshall is actually my supervisor, but there is no bias or prejudice on my part. He was a very kind and fair supervisor in the Public Defender's office. But on a serious note, Mr. Marshall, I'm sure you've noticed or you've seen in the report that the land use category is residential 83 for that whole block, I think, which theoretically allows 83 units to the acre, and they're asking for a 24 unit to the acre category. So arguably, and I'm sure Mr. Ashkenazi can argue this himself, but anyway, I just wanted to point that out. That arguably, this is significantly lower. When they come in for a Euclidean zoning like this, and you can brush off your land use from law school X number of years ago, Jeffrey, when they come in like this, there's no site plan attached. So we just view it on the basis of being RM24, and we're not allowed to ask any questions about the details and the front porches and the garages or anything else because it is Euclidean, so they just have to meet the standard Euclidean code. But anyway, that's my little primer, my little land use primer, and it's good to see you.
All right, thank you, sir. Anyone else to speak on this item, Madam Clerk?
No more registered speakers.
Move to close.
Well, we're gonna go back to rebuttal with Mr. Stephen. Anything else to add, Stephen?
Yes, sir. Yeah, so just a quick conclusion, as Mr. Dingfelder pointed out, tonight, what we are solely asking for is a Euclidean zoning change from the CI zoning, which we believe was an incorrect classification given this is not located on a arterial or main road, to the RM24 zoning. Any future plans will be reviewed and make sure that they be consistent with the zoning codes. I can say that, we will be well below the RM24, which again, as Mr. Dingfelder also pointed out, there would be an allowed use of R83. So not only what we're asking for tonight is lower, but anything that we'd be submitting would also be significantly lower. But in either case, we want to focus on the facts. The facts are that we're asking for our lot to be rezoned to be consistent with all the immediately surrounding properties. And we believe that as the city's departments and the Planning Commission have all found it consistent, and the comprehensive plan that shows it is consistent, so we ask the council to approve this rezoning tonight. Thank you.
Quick question, Mr. Ashkenazi, is I'm looking at the original plat map from 1890 something or other, but is that alley still, has it been vacated, or is it still an active or theoretically active alley behind this property?
So the alley to the west was vacated. The alley immediately to the south is still an active alley and will be utilized in our development for parking and putting the rear loaded garage.
So rear loaded units, is that what you said?
No, the garages will be oriented towards the alley. So the alley that's in the rear of our lot is still an active alley, and that will be where the parking will be oriented. But the alley to the west is no longer an active alley.
Okay. All right. I encourage you to go knock on the door, and Mr. Marshall is a nice guy. You're about the same age, and talk to him about your project.
I will.
Mr. Maniscalco, move closed.
Second.
Kate?
Mr. Chairman, just Kate Wells for the record. In the event that City Council is inclined to approve this project, I would ask that when the ordinance is read into the record, that the address be clarified to read 1909 North Florida Avenue, rear unit.
Rear unit.
And then that correction will be made prior to second reading.
Ms. Wells, also, could you just clarify the design discussion that just happened before you spoke? That's not relevant in the vote, correct? We're just voting on the.
It is
Euclidean.
not. As was noted, this is a Euclidean rezoning, and any design decisions will, I believe, this is in the Tampa Heights Historic District, so that will be addressed by the Architectural Review Commission, but that would not play into council's consideration this evening.
Thanks, I just want to make sure that was on the record.
Thank you.
All right, I believe, Mr. Maniscalco moved to close. Second with Ms. Dingfelder. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Mr. Carlson, number 5, please, sir.
Yes, sir. I'd like to move file number RZ 2191, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance rezoning the property in the general vicinity of 1909 North Florida Avenue rear unit
In the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification CI commercial intensive to RM 24 residential multifamily providing effective date. Competent substantial evidence was presented. The density proposed by the development does not exceed the density anticipated under future land use category and will not alter the character or development pattern in this portion of the neighborhood. The map was shown that this is very consistent with the immediate surrounding neighborhood. It's also consistent with land use policy 2.1.2. And the proposed development promotes or encourages development that is appropriate in location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood as presented by the applicant and the neighborhood association leader.
Second. Mr. Dingfelder already beat you to it. Second, Mr. Dingfelder, a roll call, please.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco, Viera, Citro, Miranda,
Yes.
and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on February 17th at 9:30 a.m.
All right, we've taken care of number 6 earlier. We're to number 7. Ms. Barnes?
Thank you, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 7 is REZ 21108. The subject property is located at 3921 West State Street. The request is to rezone the property from RS50, residential single family, to PD, Plan Development. I'll turn over the presentation to the Planning Commission, and after theirs, I'll conclude mine.
Thank you, Annie. Jennifer Malone with the Planning Commission. I am going to share my screen as soon as I get the permission. Thank you so much. So this is REZ 21108. We're traveling to the West Shore Planning District and the North Bon Air neighborhood. Jim Walter Park is the closest public recreational facility serving the area. Hart Route 10 serves the subject site. It is within evacuation zone D. Here's an aerial of the subject site. As you can see, there's some commercial uses to the north. It is just south of West Cypress Street, and we have the lowest I-275 north ramp within the vicinity. To the south of the subject site and to the east of the subject site are some, a variety of housing types, mostly single-family detached. On the future land use map, we can see that the property is residential 20. That's that lighter brown color. To the north and west is community commercial 35. That's the red, allowing those commercial uses. Further north is regional mixed use 100. That's that purple magenta color that we see further north of the site. Further south on that orange color is residential 10. That is single family detached. Pretty much strictly single family detached. So the request before you is for it's a planned development for 2 single family semi-detached dwelling units. That is consistent with the underlying future land use, the residential 20. This West State Street, this portion is planned for housing at slightly higher densities than just your regular single family detached. So this is going to be developed at a density of 17.39 units per acre, and that is consistent with what is planned for this subject site. This would also provide a transition in density from those commercial uses to the east of the site, and so we're seeking that transition in density from the commercial to the single family attached through that residential 20 future land use and the zoning before you. So again, this is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the underlying future land use, and we found that it would be developed with a similar form, height, scale, and lot pattern of the surrounding residential uses. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Ms. Malone, what neighborhood is that? That's not Carver City, is it?
No.
South of it, right?
It's west.
We recognize it as North Bon Air.
Bon Air? Oh,
Yes, sir.
I know it's him. All right, Miss, any questions for Ms. Malone? Ms. Barnes?
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Again, the applicant is proposing to rezone 3921 West State Street to plan development to allow development of the project with residential single-family detached uses. The applicant is requesting 3 waivers shown here on your screen. Shown here is a survey of the subject site, approximately 5,000 square feet in size. It was originally part Block 23, Block 3 of Broadmoor Park Revised Subdivision, platted in 1927. Shown here is part of the site plan provided by the applicant. Again, it's for one structure with semi-detached uses, so 2 residential dwelling units. Proposed building setbacks are as follows: north 20 feet, south 25 feet, east 7 feet, and west 7 feet. Proposed maximum principal building height is 35 feet. A total of 5 parking spaces are required and 4 parking spaces are being provided. Therefore, the applicant is requesting the waiver as originally seen on the previous screen. These are elevations that were provided by the applicant. Shown here is an aerial map with surrounding zoning. Properties surrounding the site are developed with a mixture of residential, single-family, detached, and commercial uses. Property north is zoned CI and developed with a restaurant. Property south and east is zoned RS50 and developed with residential, single-family, detached uses. And property west of the subject site is zoned RS50 and remains undeveloped. Shown here is the subject site facing north on West State Street. Shown here is property west of the subject site towards looking towards the interstate. Shown here is property further south on West State Street looking towards the interstate. And then this is property east on West State Street, showing both sides of the street from near the subject's property. Development review and compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the overall request inconsistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Please refer to Transportation and Development Coordination comments for overall inconsistency finding. Modifications to the site plan must be completed by the applicant in between first and second reading of the ordinance as stated on the revision sheet if approving the application. That concludes my presentation.
Any questions, Ms. Barnes? Mr. Dingfeld, recognized.
Yeah, Ms. Barnes, on page 3 of the staff report under development requirements C1, it speaks to the front doors facing the street, right? It says the front doors of
I apologize.
Sorry.
Yes, so the front doors of each residential semi-detached unit face West State Street. So it meets that project requirement.
So,
C2 is what they're requesting a waiver for.
right. I guess I need to ask the petitioner this. I'm looking at the site plan. So is there no parking at all on site or what? I guess Ms. Barnes, what do you know about the parking?
I think the applicant is muted, but there is parking on site. 4 spaces are being provided, and 5 are required. The single-family semi-detached design standards are separate standards for parking or other standards, but include parking as well. So it's not, the parking spaces are not structurally integrated into a garage or carport.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I think the applicant is, yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Yeah, there's 4 to follow up Amy's comment, just all facing the structure.
Excuse me. he hasn't been sworn in, Ms. Barnes, and I haven't gone to the applicant, so we'll go ahead and swear him in, and then we can defer.
Paul and John, if you can please raise your right hand.
Architect.
Do you swear or affirm that you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, we'll hear from the applicant.
So this is a lot that I've owned for about 10 years now, and for about the same amount of time I've tried to decide what to do with it, and ultimately it came down to the fact that I manage some properties around Tampa similar to what we're trying to develop here, and I get a text or call from a tenant or a friend of a tenant from at least once a week about, do I have any availability, any units coming available, and almost every time it's a no. This area, when we bought it, was not nearly as far along. It's still a little bit ungentrified. Two of the houses to the west of the site have boarded up windows or vacant and just not fully utilized yet. So with the addition of Midtown and everything else going on, we think it's probably time to make a move with it, and have no doubt that I can rent these out. And it's really just a blatant demand based on everything else I've experienced as a landlord in the area.
So, Mr. Caviclis, your four parking spaces are just gonna be slots coming off of State Street, just side by side? No covered parking or anything like that?
That's correct. They'll just be just facing the building. They'll just nose in, but there's going to be pavers, and it'll be designated parking spots, 4 of them.
Okay.
Any other questions for the applicant? Being none, anyone on the second floor to speak on this item?
Eileen Rosario, Development Coordination. There's no one here to speak on this item.
Anyone ready to speak on this item?
No registered speakers for this item.
Move to close.
Second.
Mr. Miranda's moved. Need a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Dingfellow, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Mr. Lucky, number 7, Mr. Citro?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. An ordinance being presented for first reading and consideration, file number REZ 21-108. An ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 3921 West State Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS50 residential single family to PD plan development residential single family detached, providing an effective date with waivers and revisions between first and second reading. As the petitioner has met the burden of proof, it's consistent with land use objective 9.2, which is intended to ensure that there is an adequate amount of land plan for residential purposes to accommodate the projected population.
Second by Mr. Dingfellow. Roll call, please.
Carlson?
Yes.
Maniscalco? Vieira? Citro?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
And Goose.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on February 17th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Item number 8.
Thank you, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 8 is RZ 21111. The subject property is located at 301 East Oak Avenue. The request is to rezone the property from RM24 to PD. I'll turn over the presentation to Jennifer Malone at the Planning Commission.
Jennifer Malone with your Planning Commission. As Annie gave that nice introduction, this is REZ 21111. We've traveled to the Central Tampa Planning District, the Tampa Heights Urban Village, and the Tampa Heights neighborhood. There is a transit stop approximately 2 blocks northwest of the subject site. Robert C. Gardner Senior Park is about a half mile to the northwest of the subject site and is not within an evacuation zone. Here's the subject site, an aerial. It's located at the corner of East Oak Avenue and North Morgan Street. It's south of East Palm Avenue. There's a lot of offices and non-residential uses in the surrounding area, and the Mobley Park apartments are located to the south of the subject site. The adopted future land use is residential 83. The request before you, as I'm sure Annie will go into more detail, is for a business professional office. So in the residential 83 designation, it allows limited neighborhood serving commercial and office uses if this is consistent with the locational criteria. The comprehensive plan has a specific policy permitting office development in areas adjacent to the central business district from the south right-of-way line of Ross Avenue to the south property boundary of those lots fronting the north right-of-way line of Interstate 275 between Florida and the interstate. So the subject site, in short, is located within this boundary, and it did not need to meet locational criteria for an office use. So the business professional can be considered on the site, and we did find that it was consistent. This is not the only one in this area, likely because of this policy direction. So we found that it was compatible with the surrounding area, and it would have no adverse impacts on this portion of the Tampa Heights neighborhood. So in short, this is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and it supports land use objective 19.1, which seeks to protect and preserve the city of Tampa's historic resources, since this is going to be and I'll let Annie speak to how that's implemented. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Malone? All right, Ms. Barnes?
Thank you, council. Again, the applicant is requesting to rezone 301 East Oak Avenue from RM24 to PED, land development for business and professional office use. The applicant is requesting 4 waivers as shown here on your screen. The subject property is comprised of lot 6 and half of lot 5, block 2 of Henderson's plan of Tampa Heights subdivision, platted in 1890, shown here. Oh, my apologies, shown here. The prior slide was a survey of the subject site, and it's approximately 0.29 acres in size. Shown here is part of the site plan provided by the applicant. The proposed project is for a business and professional office use. Principal building setbacks are proposed as follows: north 10 feet, south 65 feet, east 15 feet, and west 10 feet. Proposed maximum building height is 45 feet. A total of 17 parking spaces are required and 15 parking spaces are provided. Therefore, the applicant is requesting a waiver. Vehicular access is provided from North Morgan Street. The subject property is located within the Tampa Heights Historic District, local and national register districts. And on December 6, 2021, the ARC reviewed ARC 21552 and recommended approval. Shown here are elevations provided by the applicant. Here's an aerial map of the subject site. Property directly north of the site is zoned CN. Property directly west of the subject site and across North Morgan Street is zoned PD. The property was recently rezoned for storefront residential, retail sales, shoppers goods, and residential multifamily uses. Property directly south of the subject property is zoned PD and currently developed with a surface parking lot. And property east of the subject property is zoned RM24 and developed with a single family detached use. Shown here is the subject property along North Morgan Street. Shown here is the property at a different angle at the intersection of East 7th Avenue and North Morgan Street. Shown here is the subject property, the building that's actually moving to this site. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the overall request inconsistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Please refer to Transportation, Natural Resources, and Development Coordination comments for overall inconsistency finding. Modifications to the site plan must be completed by the applicant in between first and second reading of the ordinance as stated on the revision sheet if approving the application. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, Ms. Barnes? All right, we'll move to the applicant. Be sworn in. Ms. Rosario, have you sworn everyone in?
Yes, we've all been sworn in.
Thank you, sir. You may proceed.
Hi, my name is Sean Pearson, and I am agent for the applicant. With us, speaking behind me, will be the architect, Andrew Matson, of AI Collaborative, Andrew Matson, AIA, the landscape architect and International Society of Arboriculture Certified Arborist, Ricky Pederica. Mr. Pederica, by the way, has a professional office in PD zone in the same block as our applicant, only a few lots away. And then we have the applicant, Harvey Schoenbrunn, Esquire. Harvey's daughter is also here with us. She won't be speaking, though, Amber Schoenbrunn McDonnell. Harvey and Amber practice law together. The pertinent request here today is that we have a building, a lot right now that is vacant. And as you saw in the zoning map, that lot is surrounded by PD zoning. We're sort of a little residential RM24 zoned lot, an island surrounded by the sea of PD zoning, zoned lots. And the request is to relocate a building, which is across the street in a currently PD zone, that houses a law firm, professional offices, and we'd like to take the same building with the same use and the same zoning and relocate it across the street about 100 feet away to this vacant lot, which is currently zoned RM24, and rezone that PD zoning. I can tell you that most clients would not be interested in saving this building, but it is a labor of love for our applicant. And so with that, I'll introduce Harvey Schoenbrunn, and he'll give you a little background and let you know why he's doing what we're requesting. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Sean. Oh, yes. As Sean said, my name is Harvey Schoenbrunn. I'm the applicant. I own the property where this 104-year-old contributing historic structure is, and across the street I own the lot and a half where I would like to move it. My existing law office is not this contributing one, it's another law office. My existing office will be demolished for the 320 rental units that's going to go there. I need to move the building, but I don't want to leave the neighborhood. I was born across the street at the old St. Joseph's. My existing law office was my pediatrician, Dr. Adler. My mother was born 3 blocks away. I've been in my law office and in this neighborhood for 37 years, and I want to continue to practice law here, and after I retire, I want my daughter to be able to practice law here. And I am really looking forward to restoring this building and making the block that it's going to be situated in beautiful. Thank you very much. And now I'd like to introduce Andrew Mattson, my architect. Thank you.
Can you see the screen for my
Not
presentation?
We see it now.
Huh? You can see it?
We can see it now.
Okay, so this is just the existing location of the house. So I'm just going to go quickly into, where it is and the existing elevations of it, and where it currently sits. The proposed relocation property, and the highlighted, that's the existing house, and the adjacent site next to it is the one that's the PD that is being changed, has been approved. We're proposing to relocate it over here, just across the street. These are the proposed renderings with all the adjacent, the approved PD townhomes that are just to the south of it. The back alley, and these were all approved as the part of the ARC. Again, this is as Sean had talked about. You could see this is the current site is a PD site, and when we're relocating it, we want to relocate it with another as the same PD, and it is currently surrounded by PDs. And this is the development that was just approved for the multifamily. Attached is the site plan. And the waivers are the following. We are asking to reduce the buffer from 15 feet to 10 feet, and that is to provide an ADA access point up to a ramp into an elevator to raise up into the building. The back half will be actually a 10-foot landscape buffer. We're asking for a reduction in the rear buffer along the alley from an 8-foot to a 4-foot. That is to add to get to the required parking, which we're still too short from. I'm going to skip to the parking, because part of that was the parking requirement. We are actually going to build a basement before we relocate the house. So we're going to dig a basement in there, and part of the law office is to require them to store a certain amount of files. We've done geotechnical reports, and we've determined that the water table is sufficiently below that we could actually dig a basement in there and build a basement. So that basement, we're being required to park at the 3.3 per thousand, which is actually 5 spaces for the square foot, but we're not really going to have anybody occupied in there in that space. The other is the request for the landscape, or the tree mitigation.
Evening, Council. Ricky Pederica, Dark Moss, 308 East 7th Avenue. I've been sworn. I'll speak to a couple tree waivers. The first is a waiver to allow payment into the tree trust fund. The current tree disposition plan that's proposed results in 8 trees required, including some existing trees that are being preserved. As you can see on the site plan, we saw in the renderings, we'll fit in as much as we can, but there may be a possible remainder of a few trees, and the way to address that is through this waiver. We have another tree waiver for a 36-inch non-hazardous laurel oak, rated C8, in conjunction with city staff, Aaron Mayer, which we discussed this tree several times. Due to the proposed building, proposed basement, proposed access egress sidewalk, and the adjacency of all those elements, and the structure of the tree, which I'll try to give a close-up here. Y-shaped trees of this species aren't optimal, and there was some dieback observed. So while I didn't call it a hazardous grant, I did not find it to be preservation quality, given the complexities of a relocation of a historic structure like this. So I'll return the presentation back to Mr. Mattson.
Again, this is there's 2 parts to the project. Is obviously the relocation of the building, and then the rehabilitation of the building. So these are the existing elevations as it currently sits. When we relocate the building, we're also going to improve it, and we're going to lift it up a little bit to help with the basement. We're going to add ADA access points, because the current house does not have proper ADA access. So we're going to build a ADA ramp, an elevator to get to all levels, including the basement, and then revamp the house to bring it back to what it should be, paint it, and we're going to be working with the ARC again to create the materials list to be appropriate with the neighborhood. And that's the end of my presentation.
Anything else?
So we have
Thank you.
Anything else, gentlemen?
No, I think that's it for us.
Okay, all right. Any questions for the applicant? All right, anyone on the second floor to speak on this item?
Eileen Rosario, Development Coordination. There's someone here to speak on this item, and they have been sworn.
All right, thank you.
Hello, Councilman. Thank you for having me again. Brian Seal, 313 West Park Avenue, President of the Tampa Heights Civic Association, here to speak on behalf of the Civic Association in favor of the rezoning application under consideration. It doesn't get much better than this. The Neighborhood Association has had an ongoing good relationship with the applicant. We talk about the basis of the case here. We are helping preserve historically designated building. We are also allowing, with the movement of this, for the development of the underlying parcel that was previously approved under the rezoning for that block, which creates mixed-use development that includes affordable and workforce housing, that includes ground floor retail, that is appropriately sited on North Florida Avenue. There are many things that the neighborhood has been pleased with. This applicant, as well as the development team for that project, have been proactive and engaged the neighborhood, listened to concerns, made modifications. This particular applicant for this rezoning has been forthcoming, proactive, and communicative with the Civic Association in this, and we believe it accomplishes a great historic preservation goal, as well as keeping an existing building and office and business within this neighborhood. So we would ask for your support on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on this item on the second floor?
No, sir, there's no one else to speak on this item. Thank you.
All right, is there anyone registered to speak on this item?
No registered speakers for this item.
All right. Mr. Brandon, let's move to close. Mr. Citrus, second. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion granted. Mr. Dingfelder, item number 8.
Sure. Hold on one second. So, in a nutshell, I support this item as did the neighborhood association. I think, of course, it's always unfortunate to lose a grand tree and an old tree, but in this case, it's a laurel oak, which our experts often tell us are not going to last that much longer. And Mr. Pederini mentioned that it does not have a good growth pattern. But more importantly, we're losing an old tree, but to save an old house. And Mr. Schoenbrunn and your daughter, we appreciate the fact that you are saving this beautiful old home/office. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll move the following ordinance, REZ 21-1, no, excuse me, yeah, that's it, -111. Ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, or ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 301 East Oak Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1, from zoning district classifications RM24 residential multifamily to PD, plan development, business professional office, provide an effective date. I believe that they've met all the criteria. They have staff support. I believe that they've met the criteria to grant the waivers, and they've met the goals, objectives, policies in the comprehensive plan and land development code. If anybody wants to add to that, you're more than welcome.
Say by Mr. Miranda, he beat you to it already, sir, but thank you so much. Say by Mr. Miranda, roll call, please.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Viera, Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on February 17th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you, gents.
Item number 9.
Thank you, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 9 is RZ 21-113. The subject property is located at 1802 North Armenia Avenue. The request is to rezone the property from RM60 to CN. I'll turn over the presentation to Jennifer Malone of the Planning Commission.
Good evening, Jennifer Malone again to present on REZ 21-113. This is in the Central Tampa Planning District within the West Tampa Urban Village and the McFarland Park neighborhood. Hart Route 14 serves the subject site. It is within Evacuation Zone E. I have an aerial of the subject site. It's located at the corner of North Armenia Avenue and West Union Street. North Armenia is primarily characterized by commercial uses. We have the Centinela Cigar Factory building to the north of the site, and there are residential uses to the west of the subject site. The adopted future land use is Community Commercial 35. That's the red color. That allows all the way up to commercial intensive uses. Further north is light industrial. That's the cigar factory that I pointed out. To the west of the subject site, the lighter brown is residential 20. So that allows for housing at slightly higher density. So we did find this consistent with the comprehensive plan. The Community Commercial 35, as I stated before, can go all the way up to commercial general and commercial intensive uses. So the request before you of commercial neighborhood is very much in line with what that future land use category plans for. And we also found that that would be consistent with the single family that's located to the east of the site. I apologize, to the west of the subject site. And so we did find that it would be comparable and compatible with the character of the surrounding uses, and it's consistent with the development pattern anticipated under the Community Commercial 35. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Any questions, Ms. Malone? All right, Ms. Barnes?
Thank you again, Council. This request is to rezone 1802 North Armenia Avenue from RM16 to CN, commercial neighborhood. No waivers are requested for standard rezoning. This is the subject site, currently about 0.12 acres in size. The subject property is comprised of Lot 24, Block 44 of revised map of McFarland's additions to West Tampa, platted in 1906. Shown here is an aerial map and surrounding zoning. Property directly north is zoned PD and developed with a business professional office. Property south is zoned CI and developed with commercial uses. Property east is zoned RM16 and developed with residential single family detached and residential multifamily uses. Property directly west is zoned RM16 as well and developed with a multifamily dwelling. Shown here is the subject property along North Armenia Avenue. Here again is the subject property looking farther south towards the interstate. And then this is looking north on North Armenia Avenue. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, Ms. Barnes? All right, none. We'll go to the applicant. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name's Clyde Darville, live at 4315 North Riverview Avenue, 33607. I purchased found out yesterday my attorney, Mark Bentley, had to have surgery, was not going to be here tonight, so I decided to come and represent myself. I purchased property about 18 months ago and was going to make it residential, but after remodeling the property, when I purchased it, I had thousands of dollars of code enforcement fines that was taken care of, and I rehabbed the property. I was going to rent it, and I decided I wouldn't want my grandkids to live at that location, and I decided to try and rezone to do something other than residential. And I'm basically here to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions for the applicant?
When you, sir, when you circulated the notice letter, or Mr. Bentley did, do you know if any of the folks in the notice circle responded?
I was told yesterday no one responded.
That nobody responded?
Correct.
Thank you, sir.
All right, any more questions for the applicant? All right, is there anyone here on the second floor to speak on this item?
Eileen Rosario, Development and Coordination. There's no one here to speak on this item. Thank you.
All right, is anyone registered to speak on this item?
No registered speakers for this item.
Mr. Maniscalco has moved, Mr. Miranda is second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion granted. Mr. Miranda?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move file number 9, file number REZ 21-113, an ordinance being rezoning property in general vicinity of 1802 North Amelia Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RM16 residential multifamily to CN commercial neighborhood, providing an effective date.
Second by Mr. Dingfellow.
The proposed zoning district would allow for development that is compatible to the character of the surrounding areas and is consistent with the development pattern anticipated under the current land use. It proposed also zoning categories consistent and compatible with the existing development pattern in its surrounding neighborhoods.
Second by Mr. Dingfellow. Roll call vote, please.
Viera. Citro.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Dingfelder. Carlson.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
And Gould.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on February 17th at 9:30 a.m.
All right. Item number 10.
Thank you. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 10 is REZ 21-116. The subject property is located at 3502 South Melville Avenue. The request is to rezone the property from RM16 to RM24. I'll turn over the presentation to Jennifer Malone at the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Annie. REZ 21-116. This is located in the Central Tampa Planning District. Art Route 19 serves the subject site. It is within Evacuation Zone C. The closest public recreational facility is Hyde Park, which is about 2 blocks to the south of the subject site, and it's within the Courier City, Oscawana neighborhood. So here's an aerial of the subject site. We see that it's at the corner of West Horatio Street and South Melville Avenue. Post Hyde Park is located to the east of the site, as well as the Solomon Expressway. The surrounding site is really characterized by a mixture of housing types, a lot of attached housing, townhouses, some single family detached, but it's very dense and there's a lot of different types of housing in this area of the city. So that is reflected on the future land use map. The predominant future land use in the area is residential 35, which does provide for housing at that slightly higher density. To the east is residential 50. That is the post Hyde Park apartment development. Further north, the pink, and a little bit to the south is community mixed use 35. So the Planning Commission found this consistent. The residential multifamily 24 zoning district will provide the potential for a range of housing options for Tampa's growing population. This zoning district is compatible with the surrounding development pattern, which largely consists of single family attached, multifamily, some single family detached units. I would also note that the average existing density of this portion of South Melville Avenue between West Horatio Street and West De Leon Street is at 19.82 units per acre, which is below that density anticipated under the residential 35 future land use designation. But it's getting there. It is kind of getting to what the plan has planned for under this future land use designation. So in short, the proposed rezoning furthers several comprehensive plan policies, such as promoting residential infill in appropriate areas, and especially within areas in proximity to employment and transit options. And it is going to further the future land use of residential 35. So that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, Ms. Malone? All right, Ms. Barnes?
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Again, this is to rezone 502 South Melville Avenue. From RM16 to RM24, no waivers are requested because this is a standard Euclidean zoning. rezoning. This is a survey of the subject site, approximately 0.18 acres in size. The subject property is comprised of Lot 12, Block 14, Courier City subdivision, platted in 1902. Shown here is an aerial map of the subject site with surrounding zoning. Property north of the subject site is zoned RM24 and developed with residential multifamily. Oh, I apologize. Multifamily uses. Property east is zoned RM16, developed with residential single-family detached dwelling. Property south is zoned RM16 and developed with a residential multifamily uses as well. Property west and across South Melville Avenue is zoned PD, and it also developed with residential multifamily uses. The proposed zoning of RM24 is compatible with the existing development pattern with the surrounding zoning majority of RM24 and RM16. Shown here is the subject property at the intersection of South Melville Avenue and West Horatio Street. This is the existing single-family dwelling on the site. And shown here is property directly south and adjacent of the subject property facing South Melville Avenue. And further along south of the subject site, showing both sides, development on both sides of the street of South Melville Avenue. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code, and I'm available for any questions.
Mr. Steenfeld, you recognize?
Ms. Barnes, so back there in, let's see, 03 to 07, there was a big rush in this Horatio Street, Azale Street area to build a lot of quads, and that's what we called them, quads back then. 4 units on a traditional lot. This lot looks a little bit bigger, but your staff report still indicates four units as a maximum. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So it's hard to tell looking at the zoning map, the existing zoning map, because it just shows PD. I see 4 PDs, very close to this. Are all 4 of those developed out as quads or what?
They're at least residential multifamily, I believe. So the north of the subject site is RM24 and RM16.
I guess I'm looking at 2 of them to the east and 2 of them to the west, the PDs.
To the east, the 2 PDs here, and then to the west, 2 PDs there. I know it appears to be at least 4 dwelling units per an acre. But they are all developed with residential multifamily uses.
Okay.
Specifically, the one to the west, let's see.
The one to the west is across the street on Melville.
Mm-hmm.
You had a photograph of that?
No, that was actually directly south. That is RM24. So let me show you. This is directly south in RM24 as well.
We're not seeing your slide.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Hold on. Can I please share my screen again? Apologies. Okay. So this is the site directly south of the subject site. I'll go back. I was pointing to the map as well. I'm not sure if you saw that. Probably not. Let me go back to the aerial map. So can you see my cursor?
Yeah.
So majority, as you can see, the RM24, RM16, and then these PDs that are all developed with residential multifamily uses.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else for Ms. Barnes? All right, we'll hear from the applicant. We can't hear you. You can unmute yourself so you can be sworn in, sir. We still can't hear you. maybe it's something he's missing. All right.
Can you hear me now?
We got
Council?
you now. Yes, sir, we got you.
Good evening, Council. My name's Trevor Lamphere. I live on the site at 502 South Melville Ave.
Mr. Lampere, let us get you to be sworn in, sir, then we'll let you start, okay?
Yes, I'm
Please-
sorry.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I will.
Thank you.
My name's Trevor Lamphere. I'm the owner with my wife and applicant, and we live on the site at 502 South Melville that we're requesting a rezone from RM16 to RM24. As the staff showed in their presentation, we're located in a high density area. There's a lot of diverse housing types in our area. My wife and I are both architects and are very excited about the prospect of designing something that we think will further enrich the area, that's very walkable and very vibrant. I'm here to take any questions that you might have, if I can shed light on anything that's unclear.
Any question from the applicant? Any question from the applicant? All right, being none, do we have anybody on the second floor to speak on this item?
Eileen Rosario, Development and Coordination. There's no one here to speak on this item. Thank you.
All right, anyone registered to speak on this item?
No registered speakers for this item.
Mr. Maniscalco, Mr. Miranda's moved to close. Mr. Maniscalco is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Mr. Vieira is out of the room. Mr. Maniscalco, would you do the honors, sir?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 502 South Melville Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1, from zoning district classification RM16 residential multifamily to RM24 residential multifamily, providing an effective date. Ms. Shelby, was there a revision sheet with this? Oh, that's right. Then that's it. I think the applicant has met all criteria and has proven their case.
Second.
All right, second by Mr. Miranda. Roll call, please.
Cedro?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Vieira? And Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried with Vieira being absent at vote. Second reading and adoption will be held on February 17th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you.
All right, item number 11.
Thank you, Amy Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 11 is REC 21-118. The subject property is located at 3112 and 3116 West Northeast Street. The request is to rezone the property from RS50 to PD. I'll turn over the presentation to Jennifer Malone at the Planning Commission.
Thanks, Annie. This is REZ 21-118, as Annie stated. We're in the Central Tampa Planning District, more specifically in Oakford Park neighborhood. Villa Brothers Park is the closest public recreational facility, about 0.7 miles to the northeast of the site. It is within Evacuation Zone D. There is transit almost adjacent to the site at the south at the corner of West Kennedy Boulevard and North McDill, served by Heart Route 30. The subject site is, here's an aerial of the subject site. It is just north of West Kennedy Boulevard. The WTVT is located in the vicinity and is just north of all those commercial uses that dot West Kennedy Boulevard. North of the subject site itself is single family detached. The adopted future land use is urban mixed use 60. That is the predominant future land use along West Kennedy Boulevard. That's that purple, light purple color. To the north of the subject site is residential 10. That is the single family detached future land use that's in that, that orange salmon color. So urban mixed use 60 is very intense. It allows for a very high floor area ratio and up to 60 dwelling units per acre. The request before you today is a planned development at only 8 dwelling units, and that is not, I think that under the adopted future land use, the applicant would be able to have up to 43 dwelling units at 60 dwelling units an acre. So it is a very intense future land use category that just happens to be placed here just north of West Kennedy Boulevard. But it's planned for that intensive residential development pattern. So the comprehensive plan does encourage the development of a variety of housing types to meet the needs of present and future populations. So since it's located 1 block north of West Kennedy Boulevard, which is a mixed use and transit emphasis corridor, it's also adjacent to commercial uses. And the comprehensive plan seeks to encourage attached housing at higher and varying densities than single family detached housing to provide an adequate amount of residential development to plan for that future population. The plan also states that it should allow for the consideration of attached units on the periphery of established single family detached neighborhoods to provide that transition in density. That's LU policy 9.3.5. And we did find that it was compatible with the surrounding character, which is encouraged by LU policy 2.1.1. It is providing that transition from that single family detached, stepping down to the single family attached, and then further south are those commercial uses. So this is supported by the plan. This is that infill development that the plan seeks to provide, and we did find it consistent, and we found that it would be compatible with the long-range development pattern in this portion of the Oxford Park neighborhood. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
All right, any questions for Ms. Malone? Ms. Barnes?
Thank you. Again, the applicant is proposing to rezone 3112 and 3116 West North A Street from RS50 to PD for residential single-family detached uses. The applicant is requesting 2 waivers. Council, there is a correction to the first waiver as the strike-through shows. It was determined that the waiver is not required based upon the current zoning lot being platted into individual lots and a note being placed on the site plan accordingly. Therefore, overall, the request is consistent, not inconsistent. So shown here is a survey of the current property, about 0.74 acres in size. The subject property is comprised of lots 6 through 9, block 34 of Oakford subdivision, platted in 1910, shown here. Here is a portion of the site plan. The proposed project is for 4 residential single-family semi-detached buildings with a total of 8 residential units. Principal building setbacks are proposed as follows: north 25 feet, south 72 feet, east 5 feet, and west 5 feet. Proposed maximum building height is 35 feet, and maximum accessory building height is 15 feet. 2 parking spaces per dwelling unit are provided within each detached and enclosed garage. Vehicular access is provided either from North McDill Avenue via the rear south alley or North Matanzas Avenue. These are the elevations provided by the applicant. Shown here is an aerial map and surrounding zoning. Properties surrounding the subject site are dealt with residential, single-family, detached, and commercial uses. Property north is zoned RS50 and developed with a residential, single-family, detached use. Property west is also zoned RS50 and developed with a residential, single-family, detached use. And property south and east is zoned CG, commercial general, and developed with commercial uses. Shown here is part of the subject property south of the intersection of West North A Street and North Woodland Avenue. Again, here is the existing single-family dwelling on the subject site. This is facing north along North Woodland Avenue at the intersection of West North A Street. This is facing or continuing west along West North A Street with the subject site on the left. This is facing east along West North A Street with subject site on the right. And this is the alley that runs behind the subject site. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the overall request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Initially, staff found the request inconsistent based on the waivers requested. However, upon further review, it was determined that there will be individual zoning lots, and therefore a waiver is not required for minimum distance separation, building separation. If approving this rezoning request, an additional note must be provided on the site plan denoting that the lots will be fee simple. Modifications to the site plan must be completed by the applicant in between first and second reading of the ordinance as stated on the revision sheet of approving the application. And that concludes my presentation.
Any questions, Ms. Barnes? All right, we'll hear from the applicant.
Good evening, Kevin Reale, 401 East Jackson Street, for the record, here for the applicant.
Get
Can
you
I
sworn
share
in,
my
sir?
screen?
Get you sworn in, sir?
Oh, I'm sorry, I have not been sworn.
6 applicants? All right, let's get them all logged in at one time. You turn your cameras on, folks. There's Jay Kramer there. How many more you got? Said, you have a total of 5, you said? Okay.
Yeah.
There's 3, 2
Okay.
more.
This is the applicant's team, ready to answer questions for you all. We won't be having a group presentation.
All right. We get y'all to raise your right hands, and the clerk will swear you all in.
Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank
I
you.
do.
Thank you.
All right, you may begin, sir.
May I share my screen, please? Can you all see my screen?
Not yet, sir.
Okay. Y'all can let me know when it shows.
We still don't have anything as of yet, sir.
It says that I am sharing.
Madam Clerk? It's on? It's blank. Yeah, it's not loading, I guess.
All right. Is it sharing now?
All right. You can
Is that
blow it-
working?
Yeah, we have it on the screen. You just blow it up for us. There you
Okay.
go.
Thank you. So as staff pointed out, the location of the property just west of McDill Avenue on North A Street. It's one lot away from Kennedy Boulevard, just near Henderson Boulevard intersection. Also, as noted by staff, the future land use category is UMU 60 and anticipates high-intensity density development, including residential and commercial development. The mix of building heights can be up to 10 stories. That's not really applicable for what we're discussing here, but what is applicable is that rezonings to the RS50 zoning classification are discouraged by the land use category. The land use category itself discourages single-family zoning, which is what exists there today. Looking at the zoning map, you can see the pink there is the Kennedy corridor. The area in red there is the proposed site, which is surrounded primarily by commercial uses. And then you have the McDill corridor and some commercial development along Henderson in the area. Looking more closely at the uses around the block composition, you can see here the subject property in orange, and then you have the yellow properties are all commercial. So the block is primarily commercial development with a couple of single-family detached lots there in blue that are remaining as the block has transitioned from single-family over the years. A bit of background to this application for the council. It was subject to an application, REZ 2060, which was a Euclidean request for RM12. That application was continued because council wanted the applicant to explore a PD so that townhome uses could be avoided. We had to withdraw that application because it had already been continued significantly because of the 2020 shutdown. And it just took too long to get the engineering done for the site plan to meet those requirements. So it made more sense to reapply. And we believe we've addressed City Council's concern through a site plan zoning district. Given that the application was continued and then withdrawn, we didn't have a ruling of the council to go off of. So what I've done is I went back and looked at the transcript to try and confirm what council's concerns were. And so I have a couple quotes here from that transcript. And what they're really pointing out here is that the concern was having a bulk and mass that is not compatible with the development pattern to the north in Oak Brook Park neighborhood. And what we really identify here, I'm gonna read the quotes quickly, is this is about whether or not you should be here with a PD or not. And here's my problem with that. You said it's our intent to build 4, duplexes that would have space between each one, a 50-foot lot, 5 or 7 feet on either side before you get to the next set of townhome duplexes, which is what we were proposing that we would build. And the concern from council was because you are coming in Euclidean with your RM12, you could build this, if it was approved, you could build this as a single monolithic building without any break whatsoever in between. So, so what we've done here, the request today, is a PD from RS50 to PD for 4 duplexes over 4 lots. It's 8 units. Comprehensive plan would allow for 36 units. And that's not a per acre, that's the per acre density is under 12. So we're significantly below what the comprehensive plan allows. The site plan was worked with staff to make changes during the DRC process so that we could come before you today with a consistency finding. And as Ms. Barnes noted, the change with the last waiver being tied to a plan condition that will require these to be fee simple lots. Further discussing the request, as stated, it's 4 duplexes. These duplexes fit on 50-foot lots by right. If this was a Euclidean rezoning, these are the units we wanted to build, and we could have built them by right under Euclidean, but that didn't provide the protection that the council was concerned with. Additionally, alley access is provided so that the impact to the neighborhood to the north is further mitigated, and to provide a bit of buffer between the commercial uses that are across the alley. Further discussing the request, I'm anticipating that the biggest concern today is going to be compatibility. And so we're going to discuss that in the next number of slides. But the elevations that we propose are compatible because they're very similar. In fact, they're nearly identical to the massing and bulk of nearby development. And that nearby development is the new trend in the neighborhood. The picture you have here is not a rendering. This is an actual constructed site that's built with the same plans. You can see exactly what you're getting with what we're proposing here today. So discussing consistency for the next few slides, we'll start with the consistency, via the text. And the comprehensive plan, as you already heard from staff, found it consistent with the comprehensive plan for a number of land use objectives and policies. Some that I found pertinent were land use objective 9.3, land use objective 2.12, and then housing objectives 1.3 and 1.3.4. 2.12 I want to quote real quick because it encourages the use of limited land resources more efficiently and pursue development pattern that is more economically sound by encouraging infill on vacant underutilized sites. And a vacant site zoned RS50 in the UMU mixed use category fits that definition perfectly. And additionally, as noted here, 1.28 asks new development to promote a range of uses in close proximity to each other to include but not limited to mixed density housing with a variety of housing options. And what this proposes is a different housing option on the periphery of a neighborhood in a higher land use category than the center of that neighborhood. And so we focused on those portions of the comp plan for our proposal for you today. Also discussing consistency with the land development code. One thing not on the slide that we'll come to later is that this plan is developable without any special waivers if you go in Euclidean. The land development code also, specifically for the UMU 60 category, doesn't allow large lot single family detached and discourages single family detached and smaller lots. The land use category really wants the minimum density to be for multifamily uses. And it wants multifamily uses in general in this land use category. Shifting away from the text compatibility and discussing compatibility as it pertains to the pattern of development in the neighborhood, the massing and bulk is nearly identical to new nearby development. And as I've already stated, these plans work by right in RM categories. Also, this is an intermediate use that's more compatible than single family detached in this location. And you'll hear me say this again later, but this backs up to commercial uses, and it is more compatible to put a multifamily duplex next to commercial uses than it is for single family detached. And that is amplified when that multifamily duplex use goes in between single family detached and commercial. And then the two waivers that are mentioned, we will discuss, but they don't impact compatibility. So now getting to some visuals for the massing and bulk, and really, the bulk of the evidence as to this fitting with the development pattern. What you have on the left, council, is the closest house to the property across North A. And what you have on the right is the proposed property. You can see the massing and scale is nearly identical, as I've suggested. And if you look at the development pattern of that block, and these all being new homes in the neighborhood, that development pattern continues all the way north in the block, such that this mass and bulk and separation that we're proposing exists as the new development pattern in the neighborhood. And you can see the same block from the other side. Just let you take a quick look there, and I'll move to the next slide. But I just wanted to make sure you could see it well. And then to give orientation for you all to understand how close this really is, the block that I pictured is there in pink, and then the property there in green. So it fits in very, very well with the development pattern. And that's why we have proposed these duplex uses. Further, compatibility from massing and bulk perspective. This example here, this is the same type of development built on 203 South Albany Avenue. And this was built in an RM zoning district under Euclidean rights. And it's actually an excellent example because to the right, you have a commercial use, and to the left, you have single family detached. And so we're talking about a transitional use nearly identical to what we're proposing. Obviously, there are additional lots in our application, but the limitation in the mass and bulk are the same, such that you don't have a monolithic building and you don't have an incompatible use. Just discussing the intermediate use with a visual here, the property having the commercial uses on the south side across the alley, this transitional use makes it more compatible than single family detached because typically the goal is to not have single family detached against commercial uses. So you want some sort of use buffer, whether that be a less intense commercial use or typically a multifamily use. And right here on the Kennedy corridor, near transit is in a UMU category that wants more density. This is the best place to have that additional density. What's also worth noting here is that this is on the periphery of the Oakford Park, and so it's not just a transitional use from what's existing there today, but it'll stay that way because the perimeter of the neighborhood will remain consistent based on the land use categories. The two waivers, the first one is to pay into the tree trust fund. We actually worked with natural resources staff and have a finding of consistency. And so this just has to do with the fact that the site is old and not developed. And so we have to work with staff to develop with those trees under the code. And we presented evidence that staff has accepted to make us consistent. And the other waiver, this is the same waiver that you saw earlier tonight on REZ 2108, which you all approved. This waiver is a duplex design standard. So that application was a duplex use. And what the duplex design standard asks for is basically it wants a place to park a car. And in the other rezoning application, no garage was provided, no carport was provided. In our application, we're not asking to waive that requirement. What we're asking to waive is that it be detached instead of attached. The reason for that is, for one, we think it's a better development, but more importantly, it's a better development in this location because a detached use will create a buffer. If the garage was attached to the back of the house, the backyard would abut the alley and those commercial uses directly. By putting the garage in between the primary unit and the alley and those commercial uses, the backyard is buffered so that it can be enjoyed by the family members with a little bit of extra
Excuse me, Kevin?
privacy and protection.
Excuse me, Kevin?
Yes.
Did you receive any opposition or properly notice this?
Yes, I'm going to talk about opposition on the next slide, actually, Chairman. The property is also overparked. So we have had opposition at this application and previous application. And what we primarily heard from the neighborhood was that they don't want this use to start taking over their neighborhood. And we had a lot of opposition, and we also heard that we don't want townhomes. We think that the PD mitigates those risks. And we also have some opposition that just doesn't want this to be changed from a single family zoning. But the competent substantial evidence is that that's preferred by the comp plan and zoning code. We have a PD that doesn't allow townhomes. That should satisfy that issue. And we provided a development that's similar in bulk and size. As far as free of creep is concerned, I'll go quick here, Council. You all control the future land use. This is the only property on the periphery that can be developed with these uses. If you go into the neighborhood, it's all R10. R10 doesn't allow any future or any multifamily uses. It would require a future land use map change. You all would have great discretion with that because it's a legislative action, as you're aware of. It's different than the quasi judicial action we have here. So in conclusion, PD plan provided in response to council limits the uses to duplexes. The waivers don't impact compatibility, and the council has understood that because they've approved the same waivers this evening. Transitional use that's more compatible than single family detached and provides the diverse housing that the city needs. With that, I'll ask if there's any questions.
Any questions from council members? All right, is anybody here to speak on this item number 11? And have they all been sworn in?
No. I have not been. No.
Ms. Eileen?
Oh, sorry. Eileen Rosario, Development Coordination. I have 5 gentlemen here that are speaking on behalf of this item, and all of them have been sworn in.
Thank you, ma'am.
First one up.
How many do we have online?
Just one.
Just one? All right.
We're ready? All right, greetings. Thank you, council members, for being here and for your support tonight. My name is John DiOrio. I'm speaking here tonight on behalf of the Oakwood Park community as their current president. And I'm also speaking to you as a longtime member of this community, as a near 20-year teacher at HP Plant High School, as someone who understands the importance of strong neighborhoods, of strong communities, and strong families. And this is why we've continued to come here to discuss this issue with you, because we strongly, as a neighborhood, oppose multifamily units being built within a neighborhood that is almost entirely single-family homes. As I present this to you, you'll see from the breakdown from the GIS map from the appraiser's website that we are near 90% single-family homes, and we want to keep it that way. That this is not something that, as a neighborhood as a whole, we support. This is not something that we want to be a part of our neighborhood for the safety and security of the neighborhood, for, yes, the fear of the creep, but more so all the other issues that it's going to bring. We know that Tampa is growing and changing, and with that, we know the importance of strong neighborhoods. We hear our mayor talk about it. We hear you all talk about it all the time, and that's why we're here to reach out for your support to maintain the strength and safety of our neighborhoods, and that's why we're here. That's with the growth, it brings changes, and we know that. We've seen the changes already in Oakwood Park. We see it consistently with old homes being knocked down, with parcels being split, new homes being built all the time. On the perimeter, just like this one, we see it on Cass Street, we've seen it on Hines, we've seen it on McDill, we see it further down on North A. Yet this is the only one that doesn't want to continue and build on the consistency of our neighborhood with single-family homes and has a strong desire to change that. And we simply don't want that change. We don't want that to be a part of who we are. That's not who we are. That's not what we are as a neighborhood. And on top of all the other issues that the multifamily unit brings, while they mentioned the consistency of the neighborhood It's not the look that matters, it's who we are that matters. And again, it's the single family home aspect that matters more. On top of the issues with the parking, they mentioned the alley and the increased parking. While it looks good on paper, we all know practically that's not what's gonna happen. There's going to be parking in the street. North A is narrow. This neighborhood simply isn't built for that kind of traffic. Where are they going to park? They're going to go up North Woodland. They're going to be on all those single family homes that they showed in their slides. I'm one of those homes that they showed. I'm 4 houses away from this, where our kids go out in front and play every single day. Now you're going to have 8 units, 8 families, that much more traffic coming down our street because they have nowhere else to go. There's not anywhere for them to park. They're going to either be cutting through a Krispy Kreme or trying to jam into an alley. It's not going to work. They're going to be out on North A. They're going to be backing up cars on North Woodland. This is not going to fit into our neighborhood. It's not going to work. We know this. We see this coming, and that's why we're here to oppose this. And more importantly, we had the opportunity recently to sit down with the representatives and with Mr. Morris, the landowner, who very honestly and candidly told us that his sole purpose for doing this is to pad his retirement. He could easily build 4 single-family homes. He simply doesn't care. And I respect that, great. Everyone wants to make a little more in their retirement, but
Thank you, sir.
At what cost, right? At our cost as a neighborhood, as a families, it shouldn't come at our cost.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Councilman. My name is Chris Swiggin. I'm also part of the Neighborhood Association as the acting vice president and have lived in the neighborhood for a little over 10 years now. I just want to come in and express our opposition for this opportunity. Then the reason for this is that we want to preserve the single-family homes and nature of this neighborhood. The concerns about the precedent that it may set, if approved, for future development and the impact of the neighborhood from an operational and physical infrastructural standpoint. As a neighborhood association, our vision and goals include remaining single-family detached homes as the current 90% majority of Oakwood Park's residential dwellings are. Our vision and goals align with the City of Tampa's plans as follows. Develop community plans for those areas of the city expected to experience significant growth. Each plan should reflect the neighborhood's history, character, current conditions, needs, values, visions, and goals. Oakwood Park neighborhood's history is a single-family detached homes. Our character is single-family detached homes. Our current condition is 91% single-family detached homes. Our vision and goals are to remain single-family detached homes. Maintain the character of single-family residential areas and discourage the demolition of single-family residences and displacement of residents in a way that encourages rehabilitation and provides housing opportunities throughout the city. The character of single-family areas includes use, development, and density characteristics. Oakwood Park neighborhood is 91% single-family detached homes per the City of Tampa 2040 Comprehensive Plan, page 86, LU Policy 9.5.2. Also, to maintain the current density and character of existing family areas, protect areas of the lowest intensity of development that are currently in predominantly single-family residential use or that have environmental or infrastructural constraints such as environmentally critical areas, or respond to community plan policies calling for opportunities for redevelopment or infill development that maintains a single-family character of an area but allows for a greater range of residential housing types such as accessory dwelling units. Oakwood Park would ask City Council to protect our desire to remain a lower density neighborhood. City of Tampa 2040 Comprehensive Plan, page 87, LU Policy 9.5.4. Furthermore, with the growth seen across the Tampa area, single-family neighborhoods are becoming less common. Oakwood Park grows more unique and special as a majority single-family neighborhood with more multi-unit family developments across Tampa. We request to preserve Oakwood Park neighborhood's specialness as a detached single-family home zone as it aligns with the City of Tampa 2040 Comprehensive Plan, page 171, honoring residents' sense of identity and belonging and respect differences to help neighborhoods become part of a socially cohesive region. Residents know who we are and how we work together so that their participation is essential to define the needs of the city's diverse neighborhoods. The city will help residents preserve their specialness and will not use a one-size-fits-all approach to community planning and development. Thank you, gentlemen.
Next speaker.
Good evening, council members. My name is Tim Healy. I live at 3120
West North A Street, directly west of the requesting property. Basically, we already have more traffic, people, congestion, sewage drainage, and stormwater issues than we can solve. To install 8 new families on 4 single-family plots of land seems excessive to me. Then to have all the vehicles dumped into an alley that is busy with commercial traffic will be a problem. Not to mention, any visitors will be parking in the commercial lots on Kennedy. How can we in good conscience think this is a positive thing? Oakland Park is desperately trying to hold to its pattern of single family by the betterment of our community. We are currently 91% family homes. We are not looking to sell out our properties for the big payout, but to continue to live a good life in our communities. I have delivered emails to city council members with more clarification. Please do not approve this request and help us hold on to the genuinely great things we currently enjoy in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate you being here. My name is John Hunter. I've been sworn in. I live at 309 North Himes Avenue. My families have lived here for a very long time. My father's aunt came here in 1923. My grandmother came here shortly after that. My parents bought a home and built a home in this neighborhood in 1960. I was a newspaper boy in the late 60s and early 70s. Walked in WTVT when we delivered to them as well. That was part of our neighborhood. The adjacent building to WTVT used to be a doctor's office. Our concern is that we don't want to have that kind of change to where you start to get so many people living in such a small area that it's difficult. And traffic is what is really, really becoming difficult. I don't know if you've been to Krispy Kreme lately, but if you go through that alleyway and you start to have a large development like that right behind them, it's just going to create congestion, and it's difficult enough already with McDill and Kennedy, and that's just that surrounding that circle of a block. I hope you do not approve the zone change. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Hello, Andrew Aubrey, 3612 West Carmen Street. This is now the 3rd time that I appear before you guys on this property. I was the past president of Oakford Park, and I'm just here to also voice my opposition with this property and the way that it's been going. The last time we had a situation similar to this was in 2015. We worked for 3 years with the property owner to find a solution, and that was the last time we actually rezoned something in Oakford Park for higher density. But we worked again with that property owner for 3 years, and we came here to support it. What we cannot do with this project is support it when somebody that lives out of state wants to just profit on the backs of the people that live here. As you can see on this chart over here that was taken from the GIS, we are 91% single-family homes. And we ask that you respect the integrity of our community and that you deny this request. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Eileen Rosario, Development Coordination. There's no one else to speak on this item.
Thank you, Ms. Eileen. Any registered speakers?
Yes, we have one speaker. His name is John. John, if you can hear me, please turn on your camera.
All right. Raise your hand to be sworn in, sir.
Hello, I have not been sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council, for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is John Samaha. My property is directly adjacent to the property up for rezoning on the east side at 3106 West North A Street. I've owned and operated this property for over 30 years. It's my business address. In that time, 30 years in Oakford Park, I've watched this neighborhood grow and blossom, and I'm truly excited to see the direction that it's headed. With the single-family homes, I see families out walking their dogs, jogging, strolling their kids, walking their kids to school. There's been a dramatic change in this neighborhood, and it is supported by families owning single-family residences. And in all deference to Kevin making analogies to the bulk and mass of a home that's right across the street from the property in question, the difference here is that that home is owned by the person who lives in it, not a renter, not a developer. And so there's a big difference. And this neighborhood is, I'm sorry, I oppose this rezoning, and I believe it's not consistent with the character or future of Oakford Park. And you know what? We've all heard the saying, if at first you don't succeed, try again. Maybe try again. First it was RM12, then it was RS, to go to RM18, now it's PD. Where will this end? At some point, we've got to decide what we want in this neighborhood. And my hope is that this property gets developed and gets developed according to the current zoning, which is RS50. And we could get 4 new families in this neighborhood that would add to the content and character of the neighborhood. People who would address their homes from the North A Street, not the alley, and be part of the community. Why is it so difficult? We don't need to add to the stormwater problems, to water usage problems, to the parking and traffic problems that is contagious in South Tampa. And the density problems that we have in South Tampa are not going to go away. I understand that everybody from New York to California wants to move here, but this neighborhood is flourishing in the way that it is currently comprised and zoned. And I implore you to please deny this request, and let's get 4 nice family homes on these properties and move on, because this is a great neighborhood. It's growing and it's flourishing, and the 8 rental units that you're proposing will not add in any way to this neighborhood. Thank you.
Any more racial speakers, Madam Clerk?
No.
All right, back to the applicant from above.
Thank you, Chairman. At this point, I'd like to cross-examine Jennifer Malone, if I could, please. Jennifer, are you available?
Jennifer Malone with the Planning Commission here.
Ms. Malone, you are a certified planner, is that correct?
That is correct.
You are an expert staff member on planning principles, correct?
Yes.
And in your expert opinion, is a duplex compatible with single-family detached?
Yes.
And in your expert opinion, in this situation with commercial behind the property, is a duplex more compatible than single-family detached?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Malone.
How much did you just pay her?
Council, the proposal here has competent substantial evidence that the use is compatible, the bulking and mass is compatible. It's nearly identical to what's around. The code and the comprehensive plan both prefer a duplex use over single-family detached. It's a transitional use which the comprehensive plan prefers. The opposition discussed 91% single-family detached, but this is on the periphery in a different land use category than the entirety of Oakford Park. So the comprehensive plan expects this transitional use. The evidence offered by the opposition is speculation or opposing change. Opposing change isn't competent substantial evidence. General claims about traffic is not competent substantial evidence. The property is overparked by 78% according to the code. It has alley access. It's compatible. And if you were to deny this, then you all would be setting this property up to where a UMU property, the only use available is single-family detached. Thank you.
Finished, sir? Any other questions for the applicant? Move to close? Citrus move. I think Mr. Vieira was second. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion granted. Mr. Cross, would you like to take this one?
I'll pass on supporting it.
All right. Anyone else care to take this item? Pierre?
I move an ordinance, being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 3112 and 3116 West North A Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification RS50 residential single family to PD plan development residential single family semi-detached, providing an effective date. As the applicant has met its burden of proof to provide competent and substantial evidence that development is conditioned and shown in the site plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan and city code, and I find that the requested waivers do not adversely affect public health, safety, general welfare.
And Mr. Vieira, that includes the revision sheet, does
Yes,
it
sir.
not? Thank you.
Do I have a second? Do I have a second? Last time, do I have a second? Motion fails.
Dies for lack of a second.
That's a second.
But, sir, in order for city council to take action, one way or the other on this petition, another motion is in order.
Do I have a motion to be put on the floor for this item? Original motion has failed for lack of a second. Do I have another motion to be put on the floor for this item number 11?
I'll try it.
Ms. Goff, you recognized.
Move to deny REZ 21-118 for the property located at 3112 and 3116 West North A Street due to the failure of the applicant to meet its burden of proof to provide competent substantial evidence that the development as conditioned and shown in the site plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan and city code, and the applicant's failure to meet its burden of proof with respect to requested waivers. In particular, proposed development as shown on the site plan does not promote or encourage development that is appropriate in location, character, or compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. The neighborhood leaders went through a whole list of competent substantial evidence, but one of them was land use policy 9.5.4, which promotes single-family housing.
Do I have a second?
I don't know if I heard you, but also the proposed development as shown on the site does not promote and encourage development that is appropriate in location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. Proposed use does not promote the efficient, substantial use of land and infrastructure. Also, if there's any waivers, the need to desire for waivers necessary support the fact that the proposed development is not appropriate for the site and does not comply with the land development code. The applicant did not provide evidence that the proposed sign is unique in order to justify the waivers. The applicant did not provide evidence that the required waivers will not substantially interfere with the rights of others whose property should be affected by the waiver.
Do I have a second?
Second, and I don't know if we need to add it, but maintaining the existing zoning classification of RS50 accomplishes a legitimate public purpose and allows development, which I believe is correct by right, consistent with the pattern of development in the neighborhood.
I accept all the amendment.
Second by Mr. Maniscalco with all the provisions provided by Mr. Miranda and Mr. Maniscalco on the second. Mr. Shelby, you're recognized.
Thank you, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney, and I believe the council members were citing to section 27-136, and with regard to the waivers, they were citing to section 27-139. Is that correct? Thank you.
All right, roll call vote, please.
Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder, Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco, Vieira,
No.
Citro,
Yes.
and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried with Dingfelder being absent at vote and Vieira voting no.
All right. Last item of the evening, item number 14.
Thank you, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 14 is REZ 2135. The subject property is located at 2302 North Highland Avenue. The request is to rezone the property from RM24 to PD. I'll turn over the presentation to Jennifer Malone of the Planning Commission.
Jennifer Malone here. I'll share my screen in a moment. Okay, so as Annie stated, this is 21-35. We're in the Central Tampa Planning District in the Tampa Heights Urban Village. I will be brief because I believe that the Planning Commission has made more than one presentation on this item because I know it's been continued a couple times. Robert C. Gardner Park is located directly to the east of the subject site. We're in the Tampa Heights Urban Village. The surrounding area is characterized by a mixture of housing types and some commercial. The adopted future land use is residential 35. To the east, that green color is recreational open space. That's the park that I pointed out. This is consistent with the comprehensive plan. We've reviewed each site plan that's come in with all of the changes that have come in each time, and it's still consistent. The surrounding area is developed predominantly with single-family detached residential units, but the residential 35 is within the surrounding area and allows more than just the single-family detached. If approved, the subject site will have an overall density of 21 dwelling units per acre, which is consistent with the density anticipated under the residential 35 future land use designation. It's also within the Tampa Heights Urban Village, and the plan states that these urban villages are where it should direct the greatest share of growth. So in short, we found that it would, the PD would provide a development pattern that would be comparable and compatible with the existing development pattern, while also being consistent with the long-term pattern anticipated under the residential 35 future land use designation, and will cause no adverse impacts on the surrounding neighborhood. I'm available for questions. Thank you so much.
Any questions, Ms. Malone? All right, being none, Ms. Barnes?
Thank you, Council. Can I please share my screen? All right, great. Give me 1 minute. Okay. All right, great. Again, the applicant is proposing to rezone 2302 North Highland Avenue from RM24 to PD, planned development, to allow development with residential multifamily uses. The applicant is requesting 4 waivers as shown on the screen here. Shown here is an aerial map of the subject property and the surrounding zoning. The subject site is approximately 9,940 square feet in size. Setbacks are as follows: north 3 feet, south 60, east 25 feet, and west 18 feet on the first floor and 10 feet on the upper floors. Vehicular access to the parcel is from Park Avenue and an alley on the west side of the parcel. The property is surrounded by RM24 zoning. To the north and south of this property is single-family residential uses. To the west is vacant land, and to the east is the city park. Shown here as part of the site plan, again, the proposed project is for residential multifamily building. There are 5 units proposed. Maximum principal building height is 38 feet, not including roof access. The proposed project is required to have 12 parking spaces, and the applicant is proposing 16 parking spaces. As shown here are the elevations provided by the applicant. Shown here is the subject property as well as property east of the site. Here's property south of the site as well as north of the site. Again, north and east of the site as well. Development review and compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the overall request inconsistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Modifications to the site plan must be completed by the applicant between first and second reading of the ordinance as stated on the revision sheet approving the application. And that concludes my presentation.
Any questions for Ms. Barnes? All right, we'll move to the applicant.
Good evening, Council. Steve McElhaney representing the owner, Azam. We met with the
Mr.
neighborhood.
Maliki, have you been sworn in? I don't see Ms. Rosario behind you. Have you been sworn in, sir?
Yes, sir, I have
All
been
right, sir.
sworn
You
in.
may proceed.
Since this was last heard in August, we've worked very closely with the homeowner association to develop a plan which was compatible with the neighborhood and consistent with their objections that they previously had and concerns regarding this particular development. One of the things that I would like to point out is that we have one existing unit that's on the site, and that this would be incorporating that one existing unit plus adding 4 additional units. Just to summarize the changes that we've made, we've reduced the height to 38 feet. We've increased the green space. We've increased the setbacks along Park, which was of particular concern to the homeowner association. We've established a formal entry along Park that creates a focal point for the entire development. We have reoriented the site and the accesses so that the parking now comes off of the alleyway. We have 16 off-street parking spaces. We're only required to have 12. We've combined, we have a combination of enclosed garages and semi-covered garages. We have 6 feet of landscaping along the Park Avenue frontage. We've included an entry canopy so that you have the focus for the entry point. We've extended the pedestrian connection on Park. We have specifically designed a handicap unit for this development, which has all of the accesses required for handicap accessibility, and is specifically designed for a handicapped person. We have found, at least the staff has found, the Planning Commission continues to find it consistent. However, some of the changes that the Neighborhood Association wanted has made the city side of our equation made it inconsistent. Previously, our other petition was consistent with both the city and the Planning Commission. So I'd like to go over those couple of waivers that now are found to be inconsistent on the city side. It's a reduction in the aisle width from 24 to 18 feet, and that is because we've moved the parking. We've moved the parking off of Park, so your accesses are all coming off of the alley here. And then we've requested tandem parking so that we don't have such a wide driveway. So, and then you can see here, we have the 2 handicap spaces and the 2 handicap cars, and this unit here is entirely handicap accessible. The neighbor to the north here has filed a letter that I have with me indicating that they have no objection, and the homeowner association will be presenting their own report to you momentarily, but we're very happy to say that we've worked very closely with them over an extended period of time to refine this plan and come back to you with something that is, we believe, compatible with the neighborhood. It maintains the correct urban and human scale that was proposed. It strengthens the neighborhood connection. It's consistent with the building intensity. It's efficient use of land resources. It strengthens the neighborhood commitment. It recognizes historic development pattern. It's efficient use of the alley and the approaches for the access. It recognizes the traditional uses in the area. It supports the urban village concept, as the Planning Commission has pointed out. It's compatible in size and scale. It integrates compatible uses. It increases the density and sustainability that's approved by the Land Use Code. It's compatible with the intensity and infill development that's appropriate for this location. It encourages new housing on vacant land and underutilized properties. And it ensures that adequate housing for future development and land projects. So anyway, we're pleased to come back to you with a site plan, and one which we find is compatible, and one which the Neighborhood Association has been fully engaged in developing it with us. And with that, I would respectfully turn this over to the comments from the neighborhood, and I'll be happy to respond to any comments that they may have.
Thank you very much, sir. Do we have any questions at this time for the applicant? All right. Thank you, sir. Ms. Rosario, yes. Do we have anyone in the public here to speak on this item?
Eileen Rosario, Development and Coordination. There are two people here to speak on this item, and both have been sworn in.
Thank you very much. I'll hand the gavel back to the chairman.
Mr. Seal, if you can, if we would just ask the applicant if they could just step outside until it's time for rebuttal, please. Thank you. And sir, if you could just, the gentleman behind, if you could just wait until the gentleman is done. Thank you.
I know we're all eager to get out of here this evening. Councilman, thank you again for the opportunity to address you tonight. Brian Seal, 313 West Park Avenue, president of the Tampa Heights Civic Association, and I have been sworn. The Civic Association has removed our prior opposition to this project. Mr. Michelini referenced that following our prior opposition, when the continuance was granted, they did meet with us thoroughly and worked on many of the objections to which the neighborhood had, which we found inconsistent with our neighborhood plan and the comprehensive plan and the zoning code and the historic character of Tampa Heights development pattern. That includes moving the vehicular access to the existing alley, increasing the front setback, addressing how the south elevation of the new structure addresses the public right-of-way from a pedestrian safety and pedestrian access standpoint. I will admit there are several things that folks are still have some division on. The neighborhood association did not vote to support it outright, but did vote to remove the opposition and appreciates the applicant's willingness to take our comments into consideration and work towards something that is more appropriate to the neighborhood and works towards that development pattern that we find appropriate. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Thank you again. My name is Ray Campbell. I stay directly across the street from the property that's requesting the zoning. I know, and I'm here to oppose the application to rezone the property. I met with the applicant this morning, Azam. We know each other on a first name basis. And I wouldn't say we're buddies, but we're cordial to each other. We speak to each other when we see each other in our yards on the street. And I met with Azam this morning for about an hour, and I learned three things from this meeting. Number one, the reason why he's proposing these changes is for family reasons. He's from a foreign country, and in general, that's how he grew up with his family together. The other thing I learned that his original plan did not require zoning change. However, the Civic Association did not like it at all. So what we have now is a compromise. So again, I met with Azam this morning. I met with the Civic Association president this morning, and I made up my mind. And my mind is to oppose this application. Thank you.
Any other speakers?
No registered speakers for this item.
All right, Mr. Michelini, rebuttal time?
Yes, council, we worked very closely, as I said, with the homeowner association. There were divergent interests among the various members, but we came back with what Mr. Campbell said was a compromise that seemed to satisfy the majority. And I didn't point out this earlier, but, you know, we could build by right, 3 of the 4 units, but all of the driveways would be on Park, which was a very strong point with the homeowner association. They wanted us to move those driveways and move the garages off of Park and put the building facade facing Park so that it had the same look instead of the garages being out there. So we did the best that we could do, and as I said, the waivers that we have are a result of relocating those garages and driveways to the alleyway. And I'll be happy to answer any more questions you might have, but we're respectfully requesting your approval.
Any other questions for the applicant? All right, move to close. Now, Scalco,
Second.
second by Mr. Randall, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Mr. Citro, would that take the last item, sir?
Surely. In file number REZ 21-35, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance rezoning the property in the general vicinity of 2302 North Highland Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from the zoning district classification RM24 residential multifamily to PD planned development residential multifamily, providing an effective date as the petitioner has met the burden of proof, and this is with the waivers and the revisions between first and second reading. The density proposed by the development does not exceed the density anticipated under the future land use category, is compatible with existing development pattern anticipated through the future land use map. The proposed use promotes an effective and sustainable use of land and infrastructure.
Second by Mr. Maniscalco, roll call vote.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco, Viera, Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder, and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried with Dingfelder being absent at vote. Second reading and adoption will be held on February 17th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you very much, council. I have the letter of support I'm going to give to Eileen Rosario so she can have it entered into the file, please.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Shelby, anything, sir?
Yes, sir. Earlier this evening, Councilmember Dingfelder filed a Form 8B for a vote where he abstained last week on January 13th. I'd ask the council make a motion to receive and file that.
Mr. Randall moved, Mr. Maniscalco second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted.
Thank you, council.
Anything else, Mr. Shelby?
No, sir.
All right, Mr. Viera.
Yes, sir. Just really quick, if I may, I want to withdraw a motion I made a couple weeks ago on that whole pension issue, and there was an add-on specifically to that with having our state representatives come to us. You know, it appears from further looking at this issue that this is something that can be handled on a council member by council member basis with the administration at this time, but especially, you know, getting folks in just too many entanglements, and I wish to withdraw.
I'm gonna say a few words on that, Mr. Viera.
Yes, sir.
A person who knows about the pension very well, I did receive some phone calls on that issue. And I think the pension board kind of got this council's kind of word of encouragement to look at some of the processes. And I think that's very noble of them to do that versus us going, sending a letter to the state and asking them to look into the process. And knowing the fire department and police, they're going to kind of look at making some changes, from my understanding. So with that, we'll entertain a second to withdraw the motion. Mr. Crawford,
Could I just
recognize?
also say, I've had one or more of the folks who came before us say that they're still having problems, and they're still calling us. So whoever is in charge of it, please, we had an open discussion about this a couple months ago, and we still have people who, you know, put their lives at risk for us, and they're still having problems getting their funding. But there are things that we can't do legally, but we need to make sure that we treat them with respect. Thank you.
Now, I didn't get a call from the pension president, chairman. I received a call from the union president that say that they are actively working to make some changes, and hopefully they'll bring those changes to us just to let us know what they're doing, what they have planned. I know Mr. Citro is over the Public Safety Committee. I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Not at this time, but I'm agreeing with Councilman Vieira that we will be informed, councilperson by councilperson.
And if I may, sir, and that's exactly why I brought this up, because it's so, I motioned for this originally, knowing that this is typically a matter that's done with HR, because of how strongly I feel about all of our first responders, our firefighters, as well as our police officers. I think that's so important. But unfortunately, as I think Councilman Carlson said, and I agree with this, that the methods that City Council has to formally look at this issue are inapplicable and put us in, I don't want to use the word trouble, but certainly acting outside of scope. And the most effective way is one-on-one, and I certainly have been doing that, and I know we all will do that, because that is a real pressing issue. That is a real pressing issue. It's there appears to be a significant gap between a time when an employee or a first responder could qualify for benefits, and then when they get a determination from the board. Like I said, I think we need more nurse case managers and folks who can push this along to get determinations on disability from the authorized treating doctors. But again, things that are probably outside of our scope and would just not work effectively, I think. But I say that with regret.
I would agree, Mr. Vieira, as far as the state concerned, the way the state handles the pension. I would say some of the other issues that were raised as relates to also not only police and fire, but also relate to general employees are HR issues and contractual issues. So those things kind of are in our purview to look at when those contracts come to us in the near future. So I would say we have two different items that we're looking at, but I know the state item is something that may not be in our purview, but I'm glad that they're all looking at it together to make sure it's good for our public safety workers out there, because I do know people get hurt. So with that, Mr. Maniscalco gave a second on that to withdraw. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted.
And just really quick, just two quick commendations. I move for a commendation for PAR for the course, that's PARR, to be presented on April 8th at Forest Hills, off-site.
Second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted.
I move for February 8th, a commendation to a gentleman many of us know, Matt Nassif, Nassif, otherwise known as Joe Foto, for February 8th, there are commendations for his 10 years in business.
All right, second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted.
That's it, sir.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Maniscalco?
I have a motion. I'd like to present a commendation off-site to an event called Italy Expo at the Sons of Italy. And this will be on February 5th, which would be a Saturday. I believe it will be in conjunction with the mayor per her schedule permitting. She'll do the proclamation, I'll do the commendation, and that'll be, of course, off-site, and it's open to the public, so anybody interested in coming, it's to showcase, it's Vince Pardo, who was with the city for many years, had requested this, so it'll be showcasing products from Italy, all sorts of stuff and whatnot, so that's my motion.
All right, have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Carlson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Anything else, sir?
That's it.
Mr. Carlson?
I made two, I think Eileen wants to go.
Eileen?
I just would like to say good night, council members, and it was nice to have you to see you tonight.
Good night, Miss Eileen.
Bye.
This morning I made two motions at the end of the CRA meeting, and Ms. Van Loan said that I need to make the same motions at city council. So unless you all object, I'll just read it. I just turned the words around so it says city staff and CRA instead of the other way around. First, I would like to make a motion to request that city staff collaborate with the CRA and work with Friends of Tampa Union Station to potentially create a short-term lease that would enable the CRA to save time and money by outsourcing renovations to Friends of Tampa Union Station, consistent or similar to the Friends of Tampa Union Station agreement with Hillsborough County following standard legal guidelines.
Second.
All right, second by Mr. Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted.
Thank you. Second one, I would like to make a motion to ask that city staff work with CRA to request that Friends of Tampa Union Station develop a concept plan and cost estimates for renovations required at Tampa Union Station to add the coffee shop and co-work space. Additionally, request that city staff, CRA, and Friends of Tampa Union Station report back to the CRA board at March 10 meeting on the updated budget and timeline with the intent to save time and money while limiting disruption at the station.
Second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion granted.
Thank you.
Could you also provide a written copy? That was a lot for the clerk. So she's gonna, you got it all? All right.
Yeah, I got it.
All right. Okay, all right. Mr. Citro, sir?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to present a commendation posthumously to Miss Adele Sandra Burnett. She came to the Bay Area back in 1957. She was employed with the University of South Florida for many years, Associate Comptroller in Finance and Accounting. Afterwards, Adele worked with Moffitt Cancer Center as the Director of Finance. Sadly, she lost her battle with pancreatic cancer October 19th, 2021. Her legacy is living on. Her estate has given to many charitable causes, Big Brothers Big Sisters, Boys and Girls Club, Cure Kids Cancer, Feeding Tampa Bay, Humane Society, Metropolitan Ministries. But more importantly, we have seen the great things that she has done for the Tampa Firefighter Rescue. We saw last commendations, she presented $1,000 each to firefighters of the quarter for charities in their name. I would like to present this to Mr. Simon Canassi, who is the executor of her estate, and I would like to do that on March 8th, 2022.
Second.
All right, second by Mr. Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, council members. Nothing further.
Mr. Miranda?
I have two very distinct accommodations, something that in both cases really amazing what these young people have done. I would like to make a motion to present a commendation to Thomas Weiss II, who has done something that has never been done before. He is the first triple Eagle Scout. I had the pleasure of presenting a commendation to Thomas when he was here at age 13. He earned his first Eagle Scout award then. I would like to make that commendation to Thomas on Tuesday, February the 8th, 2022.
Second.
Second by Mr. Citro. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion granted.
And the next one's the same as Mr. Thomas, another young person doing something that it takes fortitude to understand what life is about and planning ahead. She's going to be a fantastic person, I can tell by what she's done. I would like to make a motion to present a commendation on February the 8th, 2022 to Evangeline Marlo Arasi, who is 9 years old. She recently wrote a letter to Mayor Castor to let her know that the Palmacia Little League has only one field for girls, softball, and it was important for girls to play that sport too. The mayor is seeking that Evangelina gets her wish. More softball fields everywhere, not just in her home park. The Princeton University rowing team was in town and joined in the effort by volunteering a day of service for practicing in Tampa for the winter and help prepare the field. Evangeline has been playing on the field for the next 6 weeks. I would like to recognize Evangeline for her tenacity and getting things done.
Second.
Second by Mr. Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. All right, motion received and filed. All right, Mr. Maniscalco, Mr. Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we adjourn.